Head to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And I need to get a haircut before we go to Copenhagen. Welcome back to this day of hearings. Right now, there is a hearing in federal court about the habeas corpus. I am looking at J.M. Lawrence, who goes by Boston Justice on Twit, and it doesn't seem like they are having much luck over there. The federal judge says he's resting with his role, says he must accept the SJC interpretation of state law and show deference, not total acceptance, however, to SJC's factual finding. He calls it all somewhat fuzzy. And the Commonwealth argues Massachusetts law requires a verdict must be read aloud in court. That's spelled wrong. Or doesn't count. The double jeopardy clause does not go so far as to say the state cannot impose that requirement. The state attorney tells the federal court, he says jurors could change their mind about the other counts right up to the declaration in court. It's happened. So I don't think there will be any luck over there, but we'll have to wait. And oh my god, good morning, genitals. Good day to all of you, and little Jamie and Sui. But I don't know if any of you I kind of lost my mind this morning because I was thinking, let's make my normal recap of yesterday. And I tried 5 times to do a straight reading and just saying, well, yesterday the Commonwealth argued and the defense argued and Judge Bev said, did you Google that? And every time I did it, I just ended up yelling about the special prosecutor Brennan, because that guy, what he did yesterday in court is, I believe, some of the worst gaslighting I have seen in any of the trials we have covered so far. in the Theodore Edgecombe case, they were just playing fast and loose. But in this case, he directly lied to Judge Bev yesterday. The same thing she blew her gasket over 3 weeks ago. There should, in my opinion, I know it won't happen, there should be an inquiry into why he felt confident that he could state that David Yannetti made out-of-court statements on court TV. I have still not found anyone who could find a clip that isn't related to court TV covering this case, which is an in-court statement. And he said, I can get that clip to you. Again, is he lying, bold-faced lie, or is he being misled by his team? And what can remedy all of these lies? Can it remedy that he's just going to come in today and say, hey, baby girl, you know, yesterday when I wanted you to sanction the defense because they said stuff on court TV, my bad, girl. Daddy got you some claws. Can you please not be mad today? I know Bev don't give two flying Fs about anything he does, but in a world where a judge is non-biased, she would open up today with the same fire and brimstone she opened up with yesterday. Demand he stood up and repeated that David Yannetti had said out-of-court statements on court TV, or else he should be at least have a stern talking to, saying, if this is how you provide facts, you need to do better, Mr. Brennan. And thank you, Jill Ems, for becoming a member of the Goat Herd. He should not be able to make those accusations without the evidence in his hands. Well, that's the funny thing with Mr. Brennan, because he has made countless accusations against everyone on the defense team, and he never files anything. The only filing he has done was the emails they got about the ARCA guys from the defense that he then mistakenly talked about was from the feds. And talking about the defense is just doing this for us on YouTube. They are trying to taint the jury pool. When you made that statement yesterday saying that the defense is playing fast and loose, breaking all the rules, what were you doing? What was your guy doing when Meatball Morrissey was standing and doing his hostage video saying, none of my witnesses has ever done anything bad and you can trust them 100% because they're good, upstanding citizens? Is that jury tampering? What about that time where you didn't turn over discovery, where you inverted a video? Was that misleading the court and trying to deceive the jury? It's funny how none of that gets mentioned. But this guy constantly misstates facts in this case. I'm a good hanky-panky. Ooh. Hey, Andrea. Judge Bev needs a defense attorney like Mr. Potts, YSL, to tell her to her face, well, as long as rules apply to both sides equally, I'm okay. I think Yannetti kind of went up there and tried to slap some sense into her yesterday. the way Alessi, who's normally very, very restricted, who is normally speaking in a calm manner, he was also blowing up yesterday. I don't know what happened over the last month, but I think the defense team have said, friendly doesn't do it anymore. Hank, we tried to play nice to you. You're more scummy than Lally. So gloves are off. We're gonna fight you on everything. We're gonna fight you on your hardness expert. We're gonna fight you on your dog expert. We're gonna fight you on everything. Don't defame Bev. It's better. Thank you, Brandon. Hey, Baker. Do you know Brandon, who writes in your chat? Yeah, nice guy. Have you seen sometimes he makes some super chats that you might need to read before you put them on screen? No, Brandon would never, ever put anything in a super chat that made me feel like I might have a reason to read all of it. Thank you, Brandon. I bet Hanky Panky missed loads of classes at school due to having his head plunged into the toilets. Well, he's been away for some days, and then you lose that tingling spiders feeling when you say, "Oh, it's a Brandon." Just pre-read it. Well, I don't know what you put in the other one, so that doesn't pop up on my screen. Hey, Harmony. Krista is already preloading the swear jar. Yeah, we're probably gonna need it today. Am I getting excited for my meetup? Yeah, I have some laundry that's almost done, and I might get to buy a train ticket tomorrow because I forgot that today. Because again, I got a little heated. So it's gonna be cool, and it's kind of a blessing that they are not streaming or they're not having a day in court on Friday, because today should be the final day. We should be arguing motions to dismiss. Thank you, Krista. We should be arguing the last motions to exclude witnesses. So everything should be more or less done by today. And then Hank will, of course, like he did yesterday, drop a couple of 100 pages of evidence. But that just happens. You know it is. But no, I'll have to figure out how to... I need to do some streaming when Jamie's here, but she's a diva. She said, well... Don't film me. Come on now. So I have to figure out how to do something. Hey,
how we doing?
Well, I'm fine.
I'm all right. I got McDonald's breakfast for the first time in like 10 years today, so that was cool.
I can't remember. Well, yeah, they have those little sausage and eggs things.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've had that like 5 years ago or something.
We've got steak bagels, steak, egg, and cheese bagels, which are absolutely delicious.
We don't have
morning, everybody.
that much. Do you have a McDonald's cafe where you get
the coffee thing?
Yeah, and get a macaron and stuff like that. A little cake.
I don't know about all that. I think sometimes they have like breakfast pies, like the apple pies and stuff. They come out like 1,000 degrees. So I had to make a hay run this morning because I didn't think they would be done before the co-op closed. So I had to get up early.
You had to make a harem?
Hay run. Hay run.
Yeah, because I met Mrs. Valhalla. You don't do that.
No.
That's an
That's
easy
funny.
way to get a few extra air holes in you.
Yeah, I'm good on all that. Hi.
Tennessee isn't that fancy. Well,
Yeah, I don't know about all the
well, it's
crates.
actually we didn't have it, and then they had it down by my sisters, and I like a cafe latte. I'm basic be like that, and they are actually quite good. Most of the time, I feel like they're better than the overly expensive ones you get at a real cafe. And
Mrs. Valhalla would get the caramel frappuccino things they got.
yeah, but I don't want 1,000 liquid calories, so I don't need that.
Not my cup of tea. I'm not into it.
To use, I don't know why use a camera.
She wanted to get her point across.
It's because I never have a camera on. I know that. Hey, Helen from Holland and big dog. Safe travels to Iris and Jamie. Have a great time and make sure to report back on the tea. Well, the only tea that will be is, hey, I picked them up at the airport, and they said they were going to the hotel. Then I got a message saying, "Oh my, some of these Vikings are good looking." And then I got another message saying, "Yeah, we don't need to see you again, fatty. So Pernilla is taking us around, showing us all the great places."
That's what's going to happen. They're going to come to a meet and greet in Denmark and just ditch you and have fun with other people.
Yeah, just gonna say, do you know what could be real special now we're here? No, what? If you stayed away. Okay. Yeah, Pernilla.
Just introduce them to all your cousins and they'll be fine.
I don't have that many cousins. I only have 3.
3's enough.
Don't we all want to make our own harem? No, because one ex-wife is enough for me.
Why is that so bright? Oh my God.
The Oreo McFlurry is delightful, though, when the ice cream machine is not broken. We don't have that ice cream machine is always broken problem in Denmark.
It's a scam. They've got they got uncovered a couple of years ago. They've got like a contract with the company that's supposed to fix them, so they have to do so many repairs, and it's like it was a big thing.
I think it's the original. The guy who stole it from the brothers was selling the shake machines and ice cream machines, and then there's some stupid contract, so his family will make money in perpetuity. They just wrapped in federal court, according to Judge Saylor says he will issue his opinion as quickly as I can under the circumstances. Mr. Weinberg said, "It's a wilderness. It's a thick forest anyway," Judge notes. So, yeah.
We won't get to hear.
I don't think it'll work, but it should be done over there now.
We won't get to hear anything that happened over there yet, will we? Have to wait till it gets put out.
Well, I just read the cliff notes. They were arguing that Bev should have should have read the note in court and asked both sides, and then she should have talked to the jurors, and the Commonwealth said, well, she didn't need to, and technically she doesn't. If you go by the reading, if you read Tui Rodriguez verbatim, it just says she can't send them back anyway. So she can, if she calls them in and they say we are deadlocked, she has to remove them. So I don't think it'll fly, and that's the same reasoning that the SJC used. That the Tui Rodriguez clearly states that they won't be sent back, and that's why they can put that on as a little cover and say, well, there won't be a new trial. So, yeah.
But we expected that, right? We weren't really expecting the federal injunction to do anything. It's not an injunction, I guess, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes, we are dual streaming.
Indeed.
We normally do that for Karen Reed streams. So you can see it here, or you could see it at the Goat Daddy. And you won't miss a thing. Did you see Turtle Boy's video of him backing up? When he followed the road, he got to 13 miles per hour, hit the curb, and went into the yard. He hit 19 when he backed up straight. I haven't seen if it's a new one. I saw the one he did like a year and a half ago. So, yeah.
It's not easy to go backwards fast.
No.
I don't know if
I
you've
always
ever tried
thought
to do
when...
it.
Oh, I can do like the cops, and no, the cops actually have classes to learn how to do that.
It's not an easy task. It's not.
No.
It's not easy at all.
It's not like the movies. Irish
No,
needs a Viking.
no.
Denmarkians have
a
better work ethic. Yeah, than the Swedes. Yeah.
See, they're all socialist.
Well, that's because we work for the common good.
The motherland.
It's a 13-minute drive, probably start by 1. So she will come in at 1, at 12, and she will come in at 1. And,
Jill M's, my first live in Super Chat. Thank you. That's awesome. That really is awesome.
She also became a member earlier.
Awesome. I saw that. Thank you so much. You have access to awesome new emojis, Jill. Like Fluffy.
The only updates are he's going to rule as soon as possible. And I haven't seen anything from Aiden's hearing anywhere so far.
Oh, I forgot that was today too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or yesterday? Today? Something
Today. I actually think it was 9 o'clock, but I'm not sure. I'm beginning to think that Commonwealth don't even care if Karen is found guilty and not at this stage. Can anyone believe that the police will actually try and find the guilty party? They want her found guilty 100% because then they won't look like idiots. But they will never... Justice for John O'Keefe will never happen.
No. Whatever the outcome of this trial is, it's going to be the end result of John O'Keefe's ending. Right? Like either she's going to go to prison forever or she's going to be found not guilty and they're going to blame Karen Reed the whole time anyway. Well, we had the wrong guy, but the jury made a bad decision, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
They won't go after anybody else.
They will never find John O'Keefe's killer, but they can spit on his dead corpse by sending Karen Reed to prison. And they will do that in the blink of an eye because they're a-holes. So that's it's sadly not. It's not to find justice. It's just to get a conviction. And that's the sad part about it. And I just love watching Lorne and Crim's chat. The only good thing I've seen is get Jen McCabe's teeth impressions.
She's got some big old teeth, don't she?
Well, she's the daughter of Mr. Ed.
All them
Twisted Strategies. That's Kim Frink. No chance for dismissal. Anyone who knows the truth, she is guilty or isn't a vile free Karen Reed are welcome to join my live stream on now. So I better report it to Lorne and Crim that she's promoting because they have a rule against that, so she can get blocked.
They do have a rule against that. They're usually pretty quick with the blocks over there too. Go away. Harmony is asking about what's in the tank. There's a turtle. There's a turtle in there somewhere. There, maybe. There used to be two, but they started getting aggressive toward each other, so we had to get rid of one. He was getting beat up pretty good.
Wonder if Bev will come in hot like she did yesterday. That's what I want her. I want her to come in hot, kick over the state table and say, "You made me lose my mind over a lie, and yesterday you lied in open court again.
He's lied every time he's every time he said anything, he's lying. That dude is just a misteller of truths. Gluten something.
I was just seeing 2 are pregnant. I think, what? Oh, I got shrimps.
Oh, nice. Very cool. There's more than just a turtle in there. There's like a little school of minnows, and there's a little catfish in there and a crayfish in there somewhere too. But I haven't seen him in weeks. He just hangs out in the rocks. Turtle fighting is anything but adorable. Island, they get gnarly. They get gnarly. Poor guy. He was getting beat up pretty good. That's cool. That's cool. Mrs. Valhalla wanted a turtle for a long time, and I put it off for years and years and years, and then I finally got her one. So she got a pink belly side neck turtle. It's a really cool little turtle from Australia. She likes it, and that's all that matters.
Hey, JBH. We have those, do you call them swamp turtles, the small ones that you normally have like pets? The one with they have like yellow dots on the head.
Sliders,
and stuff
like painted turtles, sliders, red ear sliders.
We call them swamp turtles.
I don't think we call them that.
And not far from where I'm living is where the original castle that the city was protected by was. And yeah, I told you this, that the moat has been turned into some lakes.
Yeah.
And because people dump their turtles, so you can walk by those. They're not that deep, the lakes around it. So
like a lagoon.
I don't think. Yeah, it's kind of, but it's a multi-layer system. So one of them is just very shallow, and you can go by and there's branches sticking out, and they'll sit out there and try and get some sun. It looks cool. Apparently, it's not really good for Danish lakes to have turtles in them, but yeah.
Why?
Because they are an invasive species.
Oh, wow.
Species.
Yeah, there's that. Don't let your pets go outside, y'all.
My brother had a turtle, and that tank smelled so bad. You need to be on top of the cleaning schedule if you own one at home.
I always just go way overboard with my filtration systems.
We have snapping turtles. They are mean.
Snapping turtles. Yeah. No, they'll mess you up.
When they show them with they can just take a stick and crap it.
Yeah. I've got a pond out in the pasture. We get turtles out there all the time. I've had some pretty big snapping turtles come in and out of there. Like big snapping turtles.
Ugh.
Hey, Tash.
David, don't feel depressed. Feel angry. That takes depression away. That's why
I wouldn't let it get you down. I think at this point we all know this is going to just be a nightmare, and it's going to come down to the jury. And hopefully the jury does the right thing.
It's sadly nothing to do with justice. It's all to do with we will use any trick in the book, and even a few we didn't know.
Yeah.
And again, I watched here a theater at Edgecombe where they made their own paralegal witness. They tried to put in some Facebook messages. They had no chain of custody. Judge Borowski yelled, "My chambers now," and that wasn't even half as bad as this is.
No. Oh, dang
Stepping
it. See, I
turtles
was
can
almost
run
ready.
surprisingly fast for a short distance. Interesting.
Most turtles are actually pretty quick if they need to be.
Yeah, a lot of docile creatures will surprise you with their speed if they need to move. They just don't do it. It's the same with alligators. You're thinking, oh, it's just a big dumb lizard lounging around in the water, but when it's coming at you, you will lose in a race with them. Yeah, that's why I couldn't do a recap this morning, because I just started yelling that he will lie so blatantly, and he will try and again infer that the defense is playing dirty constantly, and he does it by misleading the court. This is a big problem for me. Shell turtles are tasty. You're not allowed to eat turtles anymore, are you, Dan?
Why?
I thought they were endangered, every one of them.
No, I don't think that's the case. Turtles have something like 7 different kinds of meat in them, like different parts of their body. They have like 7 different varieties of meat somehow. It's amazing.
I don't...
I've never eaten a turtle. I don't plan on eating a turtle. You got to really be careful because they can get you really sick if you don't cook it right.
Yeah, they have a ton of salmonella on them.
Yeah, all reptiles do.
Yeah. Are you saying that Morrissey can run really fast? No, he's not a reptile. He's just a fat...
Well, he is a reptile, but he's a different kind of reptile.
Yeah. Team Reed is prepared this time. They now know who they're effing with. Sadly, he changes... He had that low bar, and then he just changed it, and then he changed it, and he will keep going lower. We had a dish when I was a kid. You probably can get it still, called fake turtle. And I don't know, some kind of meat. I think it was maybe some pork or something that you boiled up in some sauce with some cognac.
Did you import it from China by chance?
No. It was a Danish dish. I haven't thought. Now you said it. I haven't. My grandma used to make it.
I've never heard of it.
Well, we also have like fake hair. You know, jumpy jump. Hare.
Okay, it's like a rabbit.
Yeah. Well, a hare and a rabbit is 2 different species, but still, which is just a meatloaf, but that's called fake hare in Denmark. And then we have a fake turtle or mock turtle soup, and it's what is it?
Dog meat.
No, it's veal.
Oh.
And some leeks, some carrots, some celeries, some onions, and
why would you just call it veal?
Because it's inspired by a real turtle dish back in the day, but it was so pricey, so they made a fake version of it, so you could still kind of eat. Lorne and Krim says, court is slightly delayed as we await everyone's return from Fed court. Thank you for your patience. But if you got the good stuff, they poured a little cognac on it, and you eat it with smiling eggs. So that's good.
Jesus, selfish.
I should have that again. It's a good dish.
Veal sounds good.
Yeah, it's a veal. I think it's veal. It translates to veal shank. So again, it's not the most desired piece of the cow, so that's why you'll use it for stuff like that. You'll just boil it for a long time. So are we starting late because of the federal stuff? Yes.
Yeah. They got to get from the federal court to the district.
I thought that was just across the street, but Marissa says it takes 20 minutes to get there.
trying to avoid Boston, Canton area as much as possible.
Yep. I don't drink enough to be a citizen of Massachusetts. You have to have that BAC of 0.1. I'm not sure that you really want sulfur in your nose. Oh, federal court is in Boston. Don't they have something? No. Oh, district court. That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, Superior and District Court. Well, we will just keep. But we know, don't get surprised because they're only so far 24 minutes late. Bev would have been 24 minutes late on her own. So I just can't wait till she comes in and says, "Can you wrap it up, Miss Little? It's almost lunch, so I'll see you on Friday."
I was wondering about that. You think they're going to break for lunch at noon?
I kind of hope so because I have some laundry I have to get out to dry. So
switch over. Yeah, I got McDonald's breakfast and didn't even get to eat most of it.
I'll get there. It'll be fine. I'm just a little bitter. Whole bag of McDonald's food right here.
It'll take longer.
We're waiting, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah. You don't have to tell me what you do. Just do it, Mr. Alessi.
She's frustrating.
Yeah, she's such an annoying one.
Nice. That a boy, Greg.
Well, I just know if I go by the cops who should be the finest of Boston,
Right.
you need a very high alcohol intake, and the rules of DUI doesn't apply.
Well, most of the cops wouldn't be able to pass the breathalyzer test, from what I understand.
It's they may have papers to file in between. No, everything is filed, and he'll rule on what, because he was just getting the oral version of their complaint, and then he'll go back, look at what they have filed, and look at what the SJC decided, and then he'll make a ruling. And I bet you he will follow the SJC ruling. She wouldn't be terrible if she kept the rules across the board instead of playing favorites. Well, that's like saying a broken leg wouldn't be bad if it wasn't broken, because she hasn't.
My leg wouldn't hurt so bad if it wasn't broken. By God.
Yeah, because she's just been playing the same game for 2 years now, and it's so clear she's biased, and it's so clear. On that alone, there should be some, I don't know, judgery group that could go in and said, "Bev, you have to recuse yourself."
Agreed.
There should be some kind of ethic committee that, because one thing is for her to have a preference. We all, some like the mom, some like the daughter, as we say in Denmark. But this is tending to be so heavily biased that she should recuse herself, because she clearly can't be objective in this case. So, yeah.
It's beyond. There's no doubt, right? Beyond a doubt, she's a prosecutor happy judge. She's friendly to the prosecution team.
You never heard that saying? Well, it means that it's, you could say some like blondes, some like brunettes. It's the same saying, but we just say some like the mom, some like the daughter. It's to show everyone have a preference.
You guys got some awesome sayings out there.
Yeah, and all of them make sense if you think about it. It's not like yours. They're weird. Well, it doesn't. I can't change any. I'll yell in my recap videos, and if a troll comes in here, but other than that, we just have to wait for the trial. And I don't like to gaslight you by saying, "Well, I have special info that tomorrow everything will change," because tomorrow won't change. No magic exists.
Also, we don't get special info. Nobody likes us that much.
And 95% of all the people who tell you they have special info doesn't have special. The only people I think who might have special info is Aiden and then Plevin, because clearly someone had told Plevin about the Fed stopping the investigation into to John O'Keefe's death, and he knew it before the reporters, and it can only come from one source, because the defense didn't know it, and the defense doesn't talk to Plevin. Yeah, but the problem is Bev has. I think every appeal she's been overturned 85% of the times. I think I saw someone.
Yeah, she's got a terrible appeal record, from what I understand.
Yeah, I believe it's 85 or 75%. Some like the door. No, some like the daughter. Some like the mother. Marissa is. If she wasn't the booker for my channel, she.
The booger for your channel?
Yeah, she books my guests.
Oh, booker.
She still haven't booked the guest for Sunday, but she's on it. She claims she's on it. Her and Jamie are running the same. Yeah, you can call me between 4 and 4:01.
That's the customer service hours. Complaint department's open between 4 o'clock and 4:02. That's your chance.
Yeah, and
Jill Ebbs says she is a erectile dysfunction. I'll tell you what, she would make, if you could like bottle Bev, right? That would be the world's best. What's the word?
Delayer of ejaculations. It's better than thinking about baseball.
Preventative. More effective for sure.
What are those things that you should get force saving off each day? Not fruit, but like carrots and vegetables. What's wrong with me saying vegetables?
I don't know, but it was you seemed flabbergasted.
Yeah, I am. That's
what I was laughing at.
What happened with 1030 court? They had a meeting at Federal. So we are waiting. Of course he did. He was the only one who had the knowledge.
Yeah.
So
for like a week.
And again, he set it up so we would go into that hearing where Bev was supposed to just yell at the defense and say, "Mr. Jackson, you are so close at losing your pro hoc vice." And then Alessi showed up with binders. And then he didn't get to do "I can now declare the federal investigation has been suspended." Because that's what he did. I can't prove that this is my speculation, just again so I don't get into trouble. He told Christina Rex and that guy from Boston 25 and Plevin that tomorrow in court I will make the statement that the investigation is over. Because he didn't tell the defense till a week later.
You'd think he should have said that earlier. You'd think he should have shared that information a little bit.
No, he doesn't need to.
I guess not, but still.
He turns over video evidence at 9:30. It's totally cromulent.
3 years late.
Well, it happens. Remember, they told Martha Stewart she wasn't being investigated. Again, the investigation changes nothing. And you can look at it like I kind of did when I looked at it again. The wording, the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe is over. I was thinking, oh, they didn't say murder. You can imply something from that. And they were sure to mention the death of John O'Keefe. They didn't talk about the investigation against Karen Reed. They didn't talk about the investigation about the Commonwealth's other police forces. They didn't talk about anything of that. They just said the investigation about the death of John O'Keefe. So you can sit here and speculate, and I could sit here and I should do that because I am a grifter. So I should sit here and say, hey, my team of 5 made a deep sea analyzing of the wording and this one. When I was in Colombia fighting the cartel, when they wrote stuff like that, it means they are going to swoop in tomorrow. Because what didn't they say? And it's just bullshit. I said it all the way through. No magic will happen in this case. It's going to take good, hard lawyering.
She would be a bottle of Malort. Yeah, agreed.
My lord isn't that bad. Come on.
It's pretty horrible, man. It's pretty horrible.
Nope. You probably posted it after I had gone to bed. So I didn't see it. I don't go on Discord that much because every time I go in there, Jamie yells at me. So
that Discord's not for you, Baker.
No, it bears my name, and it's just
that doesn't matter.
Get out of here
for you. Yeah,
we're talking. I know it's all the ladies. They're hanging out in there talking about boys and braiding hair and stuff like women do all the time.
Knitting.
Yeah, favorite
virtual
places
pillow
to
fights.
It's how women are. Hey, Colleen. Yeah, it's ongoing. It's about me. What's about me?
All the girl talk over there.
Oh, it's the Court TV video that Brennan mentioned. Yeah, well, I saw it on the Twits as well. So I have seen that video, and that's why I said, if anyone has a video that's not that video, I would love to see it. Because any other way, then Brennan lied to the court. Oh, Hellraising Angel is not doing well this morning.
Ooh. That's pretty mean. I actually found some in town. Like I found some in Knoxville last year, right before everybody came in. That was the bottle I brought to FNL. I found it here. I was really amazed.
Oh, I thought it was from FD.
She bought it. But long story. But yes, FD definitely paid for it. Glad somebody caught that.
Thank you, Tesh.
It was pretty good.
Strong words from a guy who bakes cake and a guy with braided hair. Have you noticed that none of the top chefs in the world are female and none of the top bakers in the world are female? I'm just saying. So it's actually quite manly to be a chef or a baker. Braiding hair is quite manly. If you go back and you go to the Battle of Thermopylae, I think is the American way. Thermopylae is more close to the Greek way of saying it. When the scouts came back to Xerxes and said, "What are the Spartans doing?" and he said, "They are baiting and combing their hair." And he then knew, he then thought, what a bunch of puffs. And the trader that they had in his army said, "Oh no, that's not good." And they said, "Why? They're braiding their hair. What's going on? Why should we be afraid?" And he said, "That's a Spartan tradition. Then when you're ready to fight to the death, you will make sure your hair is perfect so you cross the river Styx and are ready for the afterlife in perfect condition." So again,
look out.
I'm just saying.
I actually had my mother-in-law put 2 plates in my dreads a couple of years ago. It looked pretty cool.
It looked pretty cool. I wonder if I got a picture of it actually.
Krusty's still claiming. Well, then she should produce it, because next after Plevin, the person I trust the most to cover the Karen Reed stuff is Krusty Panties, because she has never told a lie. Hey, Kim. And Miss K. Griff.
Hey, Miss K. Griff. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing good.
It's been a second. Hey, Stace. Julia Child is turning over in her grave. Well, I said most. I didn't say everyone. Of course, we'll let one in the boys' club now and again.
And in all fairness, she's not in the club anymore.
No, she was more like a housewife cook than a fancy cook.
The woman used more alcohol in her cooking than I typically drink in a 24-hour period.
Well, there's nothing wrong in that. We had a sous chef when I was deployed, because we had the cabinet with all the red wine for when we made red wine sauce and stuff like that. And we went up at the breakfast time, and then we did the morning shift and prepared everything, and came back at like 4 o'clock to prepare dinner. And he was always, I'll stay up here and make sure everything is just simmering and nothing happens. And every time we got back, he had a little more color to his face, and he was the older brother of our chef. And I think he lasted for. We call it Team Zero. That's the first team that goes before the first team goes down. So the ones who goes down before you start rotating home. And and because I was the only one who had any culinary. We had butchers, but anyone who knew anything. So I was on Team Zero with the chef and the sous chef. So we arrived, I think, in early July or something like that. By mid-August, I think he had a heart attack, because he was. They had said, we need to put a lock on that cabinet, because there's a lot of red wine disappearing all the time, and so much. We don't serve that much so much red wine sauce. And then he went over to the PX, and he then keeled over because it's like 50 degrees outside, and they found a half-drunk bottle of Henny next to him, and it was maybe, I don't know, like a minute away from the PX. He just because the devil needed a little bit to calm down. And when he went into the infirmary, because if he got dishonorable discharge, you don't get paid, you don't get pension, you don't get anything. So rumor was, I can't confirm or deny anything, but they were standing with him in the infirmary and trying to fix him. Chief walks in and says, this guy has 0 alcohol in his blood. And they were saying, he smells like he's been drinking for a month. And they said, he has 0 blood, because he's going to be discharged.
And story before.
That's that was fun. Yeah. It's just funny how it works. Oh, you're breaking all the rules? Yeah, because you're an old guy. We'll let you do it.
Here in Oz, they sell a wine called Spumante. I need to say no more. Been there.
Spumante. That's just a sparkling wine.
Okay.
It's a knockoff champagne. You can't call it champagne if it's not from the Champagne region of France. So Spumante is just some of them are good, some of them are really, really, really cheap.
I think that's I think Mrs. Valhalla likes that type of wine.
Yeah.
What am I doing here? Trying to find this damn picture.
You are right, Zach. Yeah, she's my go-to sauce for everything Karen Reed.
Gross. Shame on you, sir.
Asti Spumante can be quite good. Some of them are very dry, and you feel like you are giving a mouth hug to a lemon tree while you drink it. I don't like those one, but a sweet Asti, if you're having a piece of cake at New Year's, yeah, that's good.
It's a Miss Valhalla gets a Asti something to Asti. Something.
Yeah, but you can get martini Astis, and you can get that's different. It's a sweeter sparkling wine, so it goes really well with desserts. My little brothers used to watch Julia, the French chef, and would laugh their aces off, thinking it was a comedy show. A little more wine.
She was good. She was an awesome, teacher of cooking.
Nothing. Hey, Mama.
Hey, Mama Smith.
I don't know. I don't like dry wine either. I'm not a big wine drinker. So, but if I have to drink it, it has to be very not dry. Because I hate that where you just feel like your mouth is.
I drink beer. I don't really have to worry about it.
No, but if you have to, you go out somewhere and they don't serve a beer, I hated when you had to go to public functions and you had to have that glass of champagne at every reception. I was always the cheap spumante that's just it. You would rather
Military
take
balls.
a crowbar to the face than drink that.
Military balls in the Army were like that. You'd go and they'd have like 3 different types of wine on every table. They'd have like a white, a red, and a rose, right? Or pink or whatever. And, my God, the first military ball I ever went to is probably the most drunk I've ever been. It was terrible.
Maybe this is your super chat. Hurdy-gurdy-gurdy.
Oh, hurdy-gurdy-gurdy.
Racism
Bad
against
Duck.
Nick.
Bad
You don't
Duck
drink.
got me
Can
the
anyone
shirt.
explain what dry means? It's just it just makes you. It's sour. Is what I would call a dry wine. I feel it's sour, but I'm a beer drinker, so I don't know.
It would be the best way to describe dry. It'd be like what you expect like gasoline to taste like, right? Like if that's probably the best way I could say it. I don't know if that made sense to anybody else, but I'm going with it.
We were playing for when our Navy SEALs, the Frogmen, were having their jubilee, and we were told that we had to mingle because it's special forces. It's the people who gets invited is a little bit short, and and people might not know it, but it's really really boring playing in one of those fancy bands because you have to stand at every dinner, every parade, and everything, and everyone is, oh, I'm getting fancy food. Yeah, but you do it every day, and you can't drink because you have you must always be perfect in uniform. And then we were standing at the table and thinking, this is so boring. And then we heard someone say, well, don't you want a glass of wine? And the guy who leads us, he turned around and said, no, we can't. Oh, sorry, Your Highness. We are not allowed to. I talked to your sergeant. It was the king's husband, the queen's husband. He wasn't king; he was prince. But he made his own wine and it's known for being not that good. It's gotten better, but it just have a rumor of not being good. So at a lot of functions where he was, they served that shitty wine.
I think you'd still have to drink it. Like if royalty offers you their homemade wine, I think you have to drink that. Like that's
we have a wine that's very special that you only get to, I think, one time a year or something. They'll open some of it, and it's from 16 something, and it's just, well, it's sediment from back then because they keep pouring wine on top of it, so they have, but it's still the same from 1634 or something.
gross.
The politicians I know that had it said it's the most disgusting thing in the world, but it's tradition. You must drink it.
Ugh.
So it's. But no, when the king talks to your sergeant and says, "Can't the guys have a glass of wine? We can have a glass of wine."
Yeah.
Yes.
They do that with like pots. Like there's not a whole lot, obviously, but there's like 1,000-year-old soups that have been cooking, and they just add new stuff to it every day. They don't empty it out and clean it. So there's maybe not 1,000, maybe it's 100 years that I'm thinking. But like there's other places too that use like cooking oil. They've kept the same cooking oil for like 100 years. It's like, what is wrong with you people? That's disgusting.
Yeah, those isn't it India where they have these big out in the street and they just pour. Well, it's going. Let's just chuck some new stuff on top of it. That
I mean, I still try it though, right?
Well, dysentery isn't one of the things I really need to try in my life.
How many people on the planet get to say they ate 100-year-old soup? That's kind of cool. I'd give it a try.
I won't. And Bad Dog says, "Bok, bok, bok."
Bork, bork, bork.
That's almost the sound a chicken makes because they say
Almost.
"bok, bok, bok." Karen and the team just arrived in court.
Outstanding. I'm not eating a century egg. That's
Have you heard that one in Alaska where you can dip a toe in your drink from an old prospector who lost a toe?
Yeah. What is the deal? What is that? I know what you're talking about.
Just remember, I read it somewhere that they have
figure this out.
I don't know if they have it in vodka or it's something you just dump. But someone
like
had frostbite.
Yeah, frostbite, lost their toe, and they ended up bottling it in liquor and serving it.
Yeah, it's weird. Hey, Volstorm.
Why am I looking at these pictures right now?
You missed us talking about drinking shots of dead toe.
I can't show that, I don't think.
At court outside with Clara.
All right, we're gonna backtrack on that. I don't really want to show you that anyway. I don't think that was gross.
Swedish pear cider is quite good. I like apple cider more, but quarterly is it's kind of like a White Claw, like a seltzer, but just with you can get them with pear or apple, kind of fruity White Claws.
I think we call those wine coolers here. That doesn't seem that crazy though, because like Alaska, it's so cold.
Yeah,
you can just like leave meat out. Like, who's that guy that was on? He was one of those Survivor reality shows. He's been on Joe Rogan, and he says when he gets a moose, Glenn something, when he gets a moose, he just puts it on a stick way up in the air, and it'll be there for weeks. Not refrigerated, not covered, nothing like that.
You have the coldest city on the planet in is it in Alaska, where there's more heat in the freezer than there's outside.
I know in
it's like 45 degrees.
Yakutsk or Siberia somewhere.
I think Irkutsk somewhere is it's like minus 45 degrees outside, and it's just, why did anyone say
this is where we belong? This looks good.
Yeah, that's
can't grow any food. Can't stand outside without dying.
But they'll probably build a train station in 100 years, so we can get out of here. Let's just settle down now.
I don't think the first couple of people really got a choice. I think it was like a prison colony, wasn't it? Siberia?
Yakutsk. Huh.
Yakutsk.
It's not Irkutsk, it's Yakutsk. No, they had federal court this morning, and that's why we are delayed. They should be at the courthouse now.
Yeah, that's his name, Zach. Glenn Villanova. That guy, he is an interesting dude. He lives up there like in a little cabin that he makes all by himself and spends like 8 months out of the year up there living off the land. Which cook? What are we talking about?
I think the one who boiled that old stuff.
Oh, the century egg? Is that what we're talking about? Oh no, the Inuit fermented deer brain. That checks out.
I still think the worst is that the haka from Iceland.
Is that the shark stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, and I'm still pretty sure they pee on it.
Like a stress pee, or just like for
no,
funsies,
just
or
to
what?
help it break down. Oh, thank you so much, Katie.
You know, if I'm catching a shark, though, in all fairness, I might pee a little too. Sharks got a lot of teeth, man.
That's
terrible.
haka. What's it called?
That's probably, where's Fedorovsky at? He's from Iceland, ain't he?
He's thanks. It's fermented shark. Hakal.
Hakal?
Hakarl. Is a national dish of Iceland consisting of Greenland shark. That's the ones who can get to be a million.
Oh, yeah.
Or other sleeper sharks that have been cured with a particular fermentation process and hung to dry for 4 to 5 months. It has a strong ammonia-rich smell and fishy taste, making hakal an acquired taste. Fermented shark is readily available in Icelandic stores and may be eaten year-round, but is most often served as part of I don't know what that word is. A selection of traditional Icelandic foods served at the Midwinter Festival, Porterblot. I think that's a P.
Sounds delicious.
Fermented shark contains a large amount of ammonia and has strong smell, similar to that of many cleaning products. It is often served in tiny cubes on toothpicks. Those new to it may gag involuntarily at the first attempt to eat it because of the high ammonia content. First-timers are sometimes advised to pinch their nose while taking the first bite, as the odor is much stronger than the taste. It is often eaten with a shot of the local spirit, a type of aquavit called brennivin. That's what we call it as well. That's burning wine. Brennivin.
Awesome.
Hakal comes in 2 varieties, churi and reddish glechalkal. From the belly, and white and soft skirhakal, which is from the body. The meat of the Greenland shark is poisonous when fresh because of its high urea and trimethylthalamine oxide content. However, when properly processed, it may be consumed safely. The traditional method begins with gutting and beheading a shark and placing it in a shallow hole dug in gravelly sand, with the cleaned cavity resting on a small mound of sand. The shark is then covered with sand and gravel, and stones are placed on top of the sand in order to press the fluids out of the body. The shark ferments in this fashion for 6 to 12 weeks, depending on the season. Following this curing period, the shark is cut into strips and hung to dry for several months. During the drying period, a brown crust will develop, which is removed prior to cutting the sharks into smaller pieces and servings. Yeah.
That sounds absolutely disgusting.
Yes. Anthony Bourdain described fermented shark as the single worst, most disgusting and terrible tasting things he had ever eaten.
He's eating some gnarly stuff too.
Yeah. Gordon Ramsay challenged James May to sample 3 delicacies: Laotian snake whiskey, bull penis, and fermented shark on the F word. After eating fermented shark, Ramsay spat it out, but May was able to keep his down. May even offered to eat it again. Ugh.
If it involuntarily makes you gag the first time you attempt to eat it, I want no part in that. Like
it's just
who watches their buddy try to eat this little piece of shark, damn near throw up all over the ground, and thinks to themselves, you know what? I need to try some of that. Like how does the second person try this dish?
how did the first person say, we're just gonna leave it in a sand pit for a week longer, then it'll be fine?
Oh,
That's
Gross. You got to be in a pretty desperate situation, I think, to stumble on to a 3-month-old half-buried shark and think, yeah, I'm gonna eat that. That's gotta be in dire straits, y'all.
yeah, and you're just again thinking kind of like the people who woke up somewhere when it's minus 40 degrees and thinking, yeah, seems nice. Who was the first person who found a dead shark and thought, let's try cutting that into cubes and then eating it? Someone was drunk when it happened the first time, and then
That's why they do it with spirits.
It wasn't that bad. And his friend said, "What? No, it's fine. Just need a little burning wine. It'll trust me, guys." And then all of them ate it and started puking. And not to lose face, they went back to the town and said, "Yeah, it's delicious. We should use this for every holiday." Had a buddy from the Faroe Islands. She got whale meat every time her family came over, because they have, and you should not Google this. They have a thing called grindaval. That's
like
where
the monster from Beowulf.
No, that's Grim, can't remember her name. No, Grindaval is they have a lot of inlets in the Faroe Islands.
Get the old clubs out, huh?
And then you help a few whales swim in there and get beached, and
that's terrible.
That's a traditional hunting method, so we can't say anything. Greenpeace always goes up there and make trouble, and when they do it, because they don't respect minority cultures. But apparently, it tastes good. I never had the stomach to try it.
I think the Inuits can still eat whale meat in the Americas. I could be wrong on that. And I know the Japanese still have a whale market.
Well, they have it for research.
Yeah, sure. I've got no desire to eat whale though. They're
It's not that hard. Grindeval.
I'm pretty sure that's the monster in Beowulf, not the mother,
No,
but
it's
the daughter or the
Grindel.
Oh, you might be right. Oh, maybe I'm getting confused with the bad guy from one of the bad guys in Harry Potter, Grindelwald. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's the I think, isn't he the guy who turns into Voldemort or something?
No. He was before Voldemort. He was like the bad wizard in the Harry Potter world before Voldemort came to power. Him and Dumbledore had a fight. They used to be friends, and they had a fight. I know way too much Harry Potter lore.
Grendel.
I was close. Had the first part right.
Sure, you did.
Yeah, Volpe. We just watched that the other day. I was less than thrilled about it.
I can't read this ancient way of spelling.
You're trying to read runes? What are you looking at?
No, it's a Saxon text, but they use Danish lettering because Saxons are Danish. So that's just the way it is.
Okay.
Yes, Johnny Depp played Grindelwald in the first two, and then there was all the trouble, and then they fired him, and then Mads Mikkelsen became. I think Mads Mikkelsen was the one who became it in the third movie that bombed like all heck.
It was terrible, the third one. We just watched it the other night. I was really not pleased. I didn't find it all that good. That's the one with Ezra Miller or whatever that weirdo's name in it.
Oh, he's a weirdo.
Yeah, no, that guy, wood chipper.
I've just watched the three real American Pies.
Nice.
And funny movies and couldn't be made today. and what I'm is most reminded of is, oh my God, that poor woman who plays one of the ladies who undress for money in the second one. She has the worst boob job in the world. And normally they kind of cover up all the scarring and stuff like that. It looked horrible. It was those balloon titlets. That
balloon titlets.
That's such a 90s thing that you just have those that screwed on and it's just round.
Well, luckily the medical field has gotten much better over the years.
Yeah, they got the tear shape now.
Yeah.
Boob titlets.
Have a great night.
Good night, Jill. Appreciate you.
Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
It's annoying when people do that because you can't tag them because you have to figure out
how to yeah. How do you do that actually?
I don't know.
I have no idea how you guys get the crazy fonts. Kind of neat.
Yeah, we've heard multiple times now that they are at the courthouse. So it'll happen when it happens. It's mid. I'm just wanting to know: are we going on a lunch break first? But I can't see anything. You can't quite. Maybe I can show an example. I can show an example.
Here comes the whiteboard. Look what you did, Zach. We're all getting demonetized. I would like to also point out, Pernilla, that I wasn't the one that brought up the boob talk. It wasn't me. It'll happen when it happens. I'm assuming that Baker has the court feed up and running and is tuned in. To he doesn't apparently.
No. It's right here.
That's what I figured. Baker's pretty good at keeping us updated. Here you go, Zach. Oh, I think Lefty's a little bit behind in chat.
Oh, Lefty has been behind all his life.
That was me.
This one, Zach.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah, but that's the only thing I remember from that movie because I don't know if they tried to kind of blend because it was such a horrible moving up the nips. So they tried to blend it with her skin color, so it was just flesh colored all the way, and they were just stuck on there.
They were grabbing your attention, were they?
No, it's more the ones where you're just sitting there and thinking, there's no bad titlets, but there's surprise titlets where you
like that's not the right shape or texture.
How did he end up like that? Normally, you see that on reality TV participants when they win it, and then, I'm gonna get a new set of cans.
I think all women are beautiful, Baker. That's what my official stance is on the matter.
Yes, I love all women. We actually need to have someone make another movie like American Pie, just as a giant FU to all these woke people. Well,
agreed.
I'm pretty sure that you have a phone. Just start it. Okay, whiteboard appreciation super chat. Well, thank you, Zach. I hope you understood.
I was looking at my
Viewer analytics. That's the word I was looking for. I'm like 80% women watch me.
Yeah, I have 85.6% women.
The other, like last week, I think I was 97% women viewers. I was like, wow, all right.
Yeah.
Let's go, ladies.
Well, it's because
You
we're
left
true
too long.
crimers.
Yeah.
We have to do more. Kathleen Kennedy is leaving Star Wars. She's finally gonna. Disney is dead. Marvel movies suck. Then we'll have all the male viewers. No, I go back, watch American Pie: The Wedding, and you will be more horrified than aroused. That's the sad part. And I was just thinking, poor lady, because she was a beautiful lady. She should have. That's the sad part when you get those. Because some people, yeah, you can have different reasons to choose it, and it's your choice. I just feel sad for those people. I had a server once where they left the nipple on top of a massive pear, and probably effed up. So there was always the white beam on the car, and when she's serving you brunch and you're sitting there talking to someone, and you see this on top of them, you're thinking. Again, there's no bad set of titlets, but they're surprise titlets.
That's funny. Yeah, I think, with plastic surgery or whatever, I think a lot of those things are probably a bad idea, because if it messes up a little bit, it's going to be it's going to be that way forever, right? Like a little mess up is a big deal when it looks weird. Walking around, have your nose fall off like Michael Jackson.
And again, you can. We had a girl who used to train at my gym, and she I think she did like bikini contest earlier. The natural bodybuilding, and when women do bodybuilding, they'll lose the fat for competition.
Oh, yeah.
So she had but nothing more like a B cup or something like that. And
it still looks ridiculous, though.
No, because it wasn't those bolted on. She had the teardrop shaped. Looked fine. She had them removed because I don't know why, but they look natural. But those skinny little women with a big G cup, and you're thinking,
how
bad?
Those girls that get like super jacked, though, like super shredded, and then they got the giant set of just round boobs on them. Why? What are you doing to yourself? Stop it. Get some help. She did.
What's her name? Tara Reid in American Pie. They look wonky as well.
I don't remember her having fake boobs.
You don't remember her having fake boobs?
Tara Reid? No. I'm not
from
saying
American Pie. She had a horrible boob job, and I think she had a tummy tuck that also went very bad.
She's had a lot of plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Wow, she doesn't even look like the same person anymore.
No, she was a beautiful lady before that, and it messed her up.
Wow, y'all. Yeah, she was absolutely gorgeous. That was like my high school era, right? Middle school, high school era, when she was making the scenes.
Yeah, probably a little too much Colombian influence in her life.
Oh, for sure.
Lefty says, don't tell them that. Ladies, make him as big as you want. Huge. We love him big, tremendous, the best.
The Wonky Titlets is a great name for a rock band. That's funny.
Yeah, punk rock, maybe.
Hey, Sylvie.
Woohoo!
Are in charge of the jury.
We got action.
I understand that.
I'm going to step outside for a second. I'll be right back.
The argument and to indicate what as my declaration says, my good faith belief, based on a reasonable belief, this is how we get there. We were then asked, or the court asked the court officer to join us at sidebar. He then indicated that it was Lieutenant Fanning. Ms. McLaughlin then went on to say, and by the way, he indicated that Lieutenant Fanning had reported this, supposedly gotten it from some unnamed or unidentified person. There was no evidence presented at the time, as the court knows. There was no declaration, there was no report, there was no supporting documentation whatsoever, no recording, even though this report to the court through the court officer from Lieutenant Fanning indicated that this juror may be, quote unquote, may be on a recording. And the court confronted that juror with that information. There was a brief colloquy with the juror where she said, not that I remember, no. That was the initial statement that she said in terms of any misconduct. No, I wasn't talking about the case. Over the defense's objection, this very potentially defense-friendly juror was then excused. During that discussion at sidebar, that's when Ms. McLaughlin explained for the very first time to the defense that
I gave you the beginning.
Was in
Ted Daniels, who's in the courtroom, said, Judge Canone starts with the defense motion to dismiss. She immediately brought up Alan Jackson's statement in the motion that MSP Trooper Fanning had control of the jury, and that's when we come in.
This circumstance. And she said that he was the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. Period, end quote. That sentence says a lot. It said a lot to me.
It does not say he has access to or control over the jurors.
It says that
And
he has...
I'm just going to stop you. I'll let you finish in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Yannetti, as a Massachusetts practicing lawyer, knows that the court officers are in charge of the jurors. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
If there is a commander of the extensive security operations over the entire case, there is, Your Honor, no greater security operation than securing the jurors. That is sacrosanct. It's paramount among the security operations that the court embraces. And we were told, I didn't make it up, but Ms. McLaughlin told us. We were told he was the commander, not part of a security operation that was outside the court, not part of a security operation that helped parking cars or making sure that citizens got in and out of the courtroom.
She should get spicy because they are implying that the foul play was going on with the jury. She asked the judge she runs the court. It's her jury. And if a court, a commander, whatever he calls, influence the jury, that's her problem. That's actually one of the things, tampering with the jury is one of the things her judicial immunity can be removed for.
Appropriately, we were told he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It is reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. Again,
You were told that at sidebar that day by Ms. McLaughlin.
No, we were not. We were told.
I have the transcript.
Well, Your Honor, what we were told is what his title was. Commander of the extensive security operations of the court. So we reasonably concluded that he was either directly in charge of the jurors or in charge of the people who were in charge of security of the jurors. But we were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court didn't take evidence, refused our request at the time, in good faith. Both Mr. Yannetti and I asked the court to take evidence from Lieutenant Fanning. The court
I think it was
declined.
Ms. Little.
I'm sorry?
I think it was Ms. Little who asked me to.
And what was the court's response? The court's response was to decline that invitation. We didn't take any evidence, which would have drawn down on the issue, so I wouldn't have to make reasonable conclusions. I would actually have the information. So, of course, that's one of the issues that is attendant to our motion to dismiss, because it seems wildly inappropriate. Here's what we do know. about Lieutenant Fanning. Once his name was uttered, here's what we did know. He's among the troopers that is one of Michael Proctor's supervisors. He interviewed several prosecution witnesses who testified at trial against Miss Reed, including Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Bridget Meehan, Heather Maxson. He interviewed all of those individuals, or took part in those interviews. Lieutenant Fanning was at the defendant's home and seized her cell phone in January of 2024, just months before the trial began. Lieutenant Fanning was included on the text chain where Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. And then his name comes up at sidebar as the commander of the extensive security operations attendant to this case, and he's the source to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. When you couple those two things together, that he's the commander of security and a person who supposedly, through hearsay, overheard a juror making statements about the case, and they have an entire myriad of individuals to whom they could report it. They report it to Fanning, and then Fanning reports it to the court officer who reports it to the court. It is not unreasonable to conclude that he was at least within the orbit of the security operations governing the jurors, which is exactly why we put it in our papers. And without additional information clarifying that, we have no way of knowing that he wasn't involved or didn't have any direct access to the jurors. If he didn't, he didn't. And that's a fact that everybody can agree on. But when we heard the information, the only reasonable conclusion we had, given the fact that he was the source of the information and he was defined as the commander of security over the entire case, not part of the case, the entire case, which includes the jury, that is a reasonable conclusion.
So you signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't. I absolutely did
Signed
not.
and sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025.
Correct. On February 21st, 2025, we were still at the first time that it was mentioned that he had absolutely no access to the jurors. He never had any contact with the jurors is when we received our responsive documents from the opposition from the Commonwealth. In that document, they mentioned he never had any direct access, he didn't have indirect access. They make these claims with no verification, by the way, no declaration, no supporting evidence, no declaration from the attorneys who filed the opposition. That's the first time someone actually took the position that he had absolutely no access to any of the jurors, direct or indirect. So when we filed our papers, the information that I just told the court is the information we were working from.
I will let you move on. I can tell you, I'm really not satisfied with your answer, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor,
Well, put it this way. Let's say it this way. So, now that you know that he had absolutely no access to the jury, what's the nature of the conflict? How is your client's right to a fair trial jeopardized? Now that you know it's not true.
Is there evidence? My question to the court is there evidence that he had absolutely no access, either direct or indirect, with any of the jurors? I don't know that to be true. I mean, I take the court at its word, obviously, clearly.
So we will move on from that, Mr. Jackson. We'll move on from that. So.
Well, the court's asking what is our evidence of, or what's our indication of the impropriety of him being the person that actually reported this misconduct.
He's fired up,
leading to the exclusion of a
very
defense-friendly witness. I'm sorry, defense-friendly juror, or presumably a defense-friendly juror, and knowing at the same time that he was intimately involved in the prosecution of my client. That's the reason, because he was at least within the orbit of commanding, according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security services over this
Federer's
case.
in court.
And he ends up, just ironically,
Yeah.
who knew? He ends up being the source of the information that got that juror removed. That's awfully coincidental, Your Honor. And yes, that's the foundation on which we built our argument that shouldn't have happened. He certainly never, ever should have had any access even in the orbit of the jurors directly or indirectly, and the court never even inquired as to why he was the one receiving the report. Why Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who then reports it to the court officer, who then reports it to the court, who then removes the juror. That's an awfully straight line between Lieutenant Fanning, who has an interest in this case, and the removal of a juror. That's improper in our view. And that's why we put it in the papers, and that's why we argued it the way we did. Because we were working off of extremely reasonable beliefs based on information that was provided to us at sidebar in the court's presence.
All right, so that's your answer to my question.
That's my answer.
May I have a moment to confer with counsel?
Yes.
Why are we getting the fan for that?
Because they have previously picked up the audio, I think.
Thank you for that. The court invoked Mr. Unetti and said, as local counsel, he knows this not to be true. Mr. Unetti just indicated to me that that's not quite the fact. And so Mr. Unetti, I think, should be able to at least address the court. As the court said yesterday, when we file something, we file it on behalf of everyone, including Mr. Unetti. So if the court would allow Mr. Unetti to explain what his experience is, that may elucidate on this issue.
If we have time later, go on with your argument.
I'm happy to, Your Honor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. The cumulative discovery misconduct by the Commonwealth, as laid out in our moving papers, through their agents has been both egregious and pervasive. We've outlined most of these issues in our moving papers, all of these issues in our moving papers, but I want to concentrate my argument for the court this afternoon on the exculpatory Sallyport videos. I'm not waiving any of our arguments in the moving papers, but in the interest of time and focus, I think it bears upon the court at this point to consider most prominently the Sallyport issue, or the Sallyport video issue. The Commonwealth, to start off with, two facts that are true. The Commonwealth cannot deny the untimely disclosure of critical exculpatory evidence. They cannot and they will not deny that untimely disclosure. And they also cannot deny that critical evidence was intentionally, not by some sort of mishap, but intentionally was withheld from us. So what do they do in their opposition? Most of the time they spend saying that the prosecutors themselves did not know. They had no actual knowledge. Well, they concede the unavoidable in their moving papers, which is that the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department both knew about the evidence and both withheld it. Conveniently, they throw much of this on the back of Michael Proctor. It was sort of to be expected. He's already damaged goods, so why not? And they also bring in a newly revealed sergeant, a sergeant by the name of DG Petro, who's already retired, gone from the police force, and who interestingly retired just 2 days after the Commonwealth's October 2024 disclosure revealing previously withheld Sallyport video.
I'm just going to ask, is he available, Mr. Brennan?
Not today, but he could be available.
I'm just curious, so he's still around?
He is,
Okay.
yes, and he's cooperative.
All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Our motion illustrates that, and by the way, I'll walk through the videos that we did get and when we received them. Our motion illustrates that dismissal in this case is required because of the cumulative impact of clear-cut discovery violations, clear-cut, inexcusable Brady violations. And from a legal standpoint, the conduct in this case is so egregious, it's so pervasive, and it's so deliberate.
Levin just asked me to show some courage and admit I was wrong because the investigation into Karen is over. There's no conspiracy. I never claimed there was a conspiracy. And that the human thumb who have lied for 2 years just to grift all of the short bus smurfs tell me to show some courage? Grow a pair, you idiot.
That prejudice must be presumed. We don't have to prove prejudice. It should be presumed. To begin, I want to start the issue by talking about the condition of Miss Reed's passenger taillight. The condition of that SUV passenger taillight at the time it was brought into the Sallyport at Canton PD is of critical importance, and that may be one of the most important facts in this entire case. It's important because we know as a fact now that not a single piece of taillight was ever recovered at 34 Fairview until after that vehicle was in the possession of Michael Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police. That is the foundation on which this entire argument is built, and it is an undisputed fact, although it wasn't undisputed for years. Other material facts that are not in dispute. The Sallyport video has been in the possession and custody and control of the Commonwealth since January 29th, 2022. That is a fact. It's also a fact that none of it, not one bit of it, was ever disclosed to the defense until April 4th, 2024. On April 4th, and I want to walk through what videos we did get and when. On April 4th, we got 2 videos. One was the Sallyport interior front wall. That was the video that was missing 42 minutes, which was the 42 minutes where it would have shown the car being pulled into the Sallyport. And we also received a Canton Police Department driveway video with the SUV on the flatbed, which did not show the rear end of the car. On April 23rd, 2024, and by the way, April 4th, the court will recall, was just in the shadow of the beginning of the trial. On April 23rd, in the middle of the trial, we received another Sallyport interior back wall video. That was the video that is now sort of famously inverted. On October 10th, 2024, 2 days before Sergeant D.G. Petro retired, we received 4 videos. The Canton PD interior hallway, the Canton PD rear lot main side, the Canton PD rear lot cruiser side, and the Canton PD church side exterior Sallyport. And I highlight the word exterior because it becomes extremely important in just a moment. These are 4 videos, all of which show Brian Higgins in some way, shape, form, or fashion at the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022. Then on January 28th, 2025, the Canton Police Department main driveway side exterior Sally.
I'm not local enough and I'm not good enough for this case. Who is this guy? Looks like an official pin of some kind.
Rhiannon Morgan Thomas earlier said that is one of John O'Keefe's friends. His wife is next to him, and he was the one that was removed the first trial for assaulting Karen Reed or something. I don't know if that's true. Rhiannon said.
He was the chicken who bumped her in the hallway.
Yeah, that's what I gathered from chat.
Well, he's manspreading so much he's filling up 3 seats.
Well, he's got big balls, clearly.
Well, if you sight bump a 100-pound lady, you must have the biggest balls.
Is he wearing brown shoes with a black suit?
It looks like it, but notice
no
wearing
blue shirt today.
Yeah. Also, I haven't seen his wife in court at all since.
No, she's out
that
making
whole
money
thing
for
happened.
the family. He doesn't work, you know that.
It's a grainy and very wobbly video that nobody can sort of make heads or tails out of. You can see the general outline of a vehicle, but the condition or the quality is so bad that you can't tell what the condition of the taillight is, which is what we're interested in. And I bring this to the court's attention, or I highlight this, because this is the second exterior Sallyport video that we ever received. One on October 10th, one on January 28th, 2025. Then on Friday, this past Friday, something pretty remarkable happened. We just received a report from Sergeant Buchnick, dated February 28th, which is 5 days ago now. And he makes an important admission in that report for the very first time during all of this. He indicates that in May of 2024, during trial, he was, quote, provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk to review prior to testimony. He goes on to say, quote, at this time I reviewed the video and I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. Exterior Sallyport. That means that the Massachusetts State Police not only had in their possession exterior Sallyport video, but they knew about it and were reviewing it during trial. But we didn't get any of it until, as I just said, October 10th, we got one. January 28th of this year, we got the other. So that was withheld from us for the entirety of the first trial and all the way until at least October 10th, possibly as late as January 25th. I'm sorry, January 2025, and they've now admitted that. But who else knew about this withheld video in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination...
So can I just ask, was this of better quality than anything you had had, or was it the same wobbly?
Same.
Okay.
Same. Wobbly, grainy, can't make heads or tails out of hardly any of it. No. The question is, who else knew about this? Did anybody else know about this being withheld from us in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination on June 6th, Trooper Butnick admitted to reviewing video evidence with Mr. Lally in May of 2024 in prep for his testimony. Was that the video that they were reviewing together? Was it the exterior Sallyport video? We now know that Butnick watched some sort of exterior Sallyport video. He admits it in this report that we just got 5 days ago. And we also know that he and Mr. Lally were reviewing video together before his testimony in May of 2024 because he admitted to that on cross-examination during trial. But I didn't have information about what he was reviewing because we didn't have the videos. So either they reviewed together the inverted video that was then played and knowingly presented false evidence to a jury and to this court, or they reviewed exterior Sallyport video and intentionally withheld it from us. This is binary. It can only happen one of two ways. Either it was the inverted video that they prepped on and then presented inverted video to the jury, which is a problem, or they reviewed external or exterior video and did not provide it to us intentionally. Either way, the withholding that evidence admitted to now by Trooper Butnick was obviously egregious. It was obviously in error. It was obviously calculated. Another important material fact not in dispute. On April 10th, 2024, the DA certified disclosure of, quote, all evidence.
Sorry, can I just get back to that, what you were just discussing about May 2023?
Yes.
How is that exculpatory?
Because the videos themselves, that the court will see through the presentation of my oral argument, the fact that those videos all just happened to either be grainy, wobbly, missing 42 minutes, or from the wrong angle and flipped backward, all tend to show that the Commonwealth doesn't want the condition of the taillight to be seen by anybody when it's pulled into the Sallyport. That is a reasonable inference. In other words, it's the cumulative effect of the bad videos that helps us. That's why it's exculpatory.
All right, and also could you explain to me the prejudice?
I will get to the prejudice as I move through.
Now or no? If you can, if you're going to do it later, that's fine.
I will do it later. I think the prejudice is cumulative. Obviously, we didn't have the information that we needed to be able to cross-examine the witnesses that we needed to be able to cross-examine.
How can she not see it as prejudice that they don't turn over potential exculpatory evidence? She's gonna deny it. We know it, and she's gonna say it's fine. You can remedy on the cross. Why isn't she demanding that these officers are all called to the stand right now and telling her why all of them lied when they signed affidavits saying we have turned everything over to the defense? Remember when she yelled at the defense for not making a good enough affidavit to admit Betterow as pro hoc vice? But
I don't understand.
It's fine.
I don't understand how she can be this upset with the defense, as upset with the defense as she was the other day, right? About the contact or whatever, not contacting the prosecutor within 24 hours or whatever the hell it was. But she's listening to the defense repeatedly violate discovery obligations, and she's mad at the defense for bringing it up. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense.
No,
it's absolutely backwards.
Yeah, she gets mad that they found out that the state lied. Your job is
right. Oh, she's terrible. She's absolutely terrible.
If Bukaki gave them this report, she should end this motion hearing right now and say, Mr. Brennan, Special Prosecutor Brennan, you will contact Bukaki and make him available for this court today. We'll go on our lunch break, and you will make sure Mr. Bukaki is available for the court. I need to get to the bottom of this, and you better have some answers. And it doesn't matter that you just came in. You are the head of the Commonwealth now. And thank you, Marissa, for swear jar. She's effing kidding me. Subtitles on another stream called him Trooper Butt Naked. Oh,
That's pretty good.
that's better than Trooper Bukaki.
I'd rather be butt naked than in a bukkake.
It just very obviously.
Well, it depends
there
on
were certain
on your
videos that were
contributing
clear
of receiving.
from some cameras on other days and other times, but these cameras that were provided, late discovery that was provided to us, just so happened to all go out. They all find their way to be defective in one way or another at the exact moment that we would need it. On April
Stop
10th,
with the sighing.
2024, the DA filed its certification of giving us all evidence that they had in their possession, and that they had done a reasonable inquiry. Both of these, that certification is just flat not true. How could that be true? And we're still getting video evidence that is in their possession, custody, and control in October, in January. How could that possibly be true? It isn't true. And it's illuminating when you look closely at the Commonwealth's opposition to our motion. First and notably, the Commonwealth makes these broad statements couched as fact. They're bold pronouncements, and there's myriad excuses in their opposition paperwork. And it's
They are arguing motion to dismiss, and we have now been told that Bukaki admits that they lied and withhold evidence, and Bev will do nothing about that as well.
backed up by next to nothing. Not a single exhibit at the time they filed their opposition. There's some exhibits that have been lately provided, including some exhibits just a few minutes ago that they're now adding to their exhibit list and to their opposition. But at the point of fact, at the time they filed their opposition, there was no factual support for any of its positions.
So are you pointing me to something specific, or are you just saying in general and you'll wrap it up?
In general, the only thing that they had attendant to their opposition was this joint affidavit that doesn't address any of the defense allegations at all. Contrast that with the defense motion, which was supported by nearly 20 fact exhibits. There may be a reason why they didn't support their positions with exhibits at the time. It's because the facts don't support the Commonwealth's position. These are indefensible and indisputable facts that I'm explaining to the court about the turning over of these Sallyport videos. Specifically, turning to the Canton PD surveillance video. The opposition says, or reads, the Commonwealth provided the defense with a...
I just always like to read along. Where does it say it? What page
I
are you on?
don't have the page number.
Okay.
It's the point at which the Commonwealth indicates that they provided 90 photographs,
Okay.
crime scene photographs in support of the vehicle in the Sallyport. That is a distraction. What they don't mention in their moving papers is that the date of those photos were all February 1st, 2022. There are no photographs from January 29th, 2022, when the vehicle was brought into the Sallyport. The only thing we would have would be the videos, the surveillance videos, all of which are somehow, some way defective and which were held in their possession in some instances for nearly 3 years before it was turned over to us. So it's the condition of the car at the time that it was brought into the Sallyport on January 29th at around 5:30 p.m. that matters. That's the only time that matters. The other evidence referenced by the Commonwealth about a 5 a.m. ring video and Canton Police Cruiser at 8 a.m. and the independent observations of Dighton Police Officer Sergeant Barrows, they all corroborate the defendant's contention that the taillight was cracked and not shattered at the time it was brought in to the Sallyport. And we're still talking about the condition of the taillight, obviously, when it was brought into the Sallyport. The Commonwealth next mentions that Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team arrives at 32 Fairview Road at 4:56 p.m. They then go on to mention that he was preceded by another trooper at 4:54 p.m. and that the car got to the Sallyport at 5:30. Suggesting, obviously, that the search began and taillight pieces were found before the car ever arrived.
But they didn't start.
That would be interesting if it were true, but it's not true. It's a distortion of the truth. It doesn't matter when the CERT team actually arrived and drove up there and sat in their warm cars and waited for other team members. The last team member to arrive didn't arrive until 5:41, 11 minutes long after the car had already been secured in the Sallyport, long after Trooper Michael Proctor had access to that passenger taillight. The first taillight piece was not seen or found or recovered until 5:45 p.m. after the vehicle's arrival at Canton PD. That was seen, we can see who's got access to the vehicle and who makes access to the vehicle in that inverted video. Once we turn it back around, it's very obvious. It's Michael Proctor milling about at the passenger taillight. These are important details to get right. The timing matters. The opposition claims that the defense theory is quote-unquote evolving, They write that the defense, quote, struggles to establish how the condition of the defendant's broken taillight in Canton, in the Canton PD Sallyport is in fact exculpatory. How is that exculpatory? The condition of the taillight, that it was cracked and not shattered as it moved into the Sallyport. How do we struggle to describe that as exculpatory? Of course it's exculpatory. Of course having those videos withheld from us is prejudicial. There is no struggle. It's on the video, it's on the Ring video that establishes that the right rear Lexus hit the back of the Chevy Traverse, cracking its taillight. The Commonwealth, pretty desperate to ignore that inconvenient fact or that inconvenient piece of video evidence, literally previously said in open court that the Lexus only got close to the Traverse, only to be completely impeached when everybody in the courtroom at trial saw that 5,000-pound Traverse jostle, its rear wheel jostle, under the impact of the SUV right at the right rear or the passenger side taillight. Now the Commonwealth, with no factual support, no factual underpinnings whatsoever, says, okay, hang on a second. It did hit it, but it didn't crack the taillight. So whose theory is evolving? Ours or the Commonwealth's? The defense has never wavered. We knew that Michael Proctor, from the very beginning of this case, had been lying about the time he first took possession of that SUV. He claimed that it was at 5:30. The court will recall this. We had litigation concerning this. He wrote it in at least 9 reports that we were able to count. 9 reports or affidavits. Those affidavits sworn under oath, and the Commonwealth repeated that time for nearly 2 years, even going so far as to argue to this court that the defense got it wrong, that we were wrong because we failed to calculate for daylight savings time. So the Commonwealth battled us, and this is something I think the court has to really weigh and balance, the following conduct. The Commonwealth battled us for nearly 2 years on the singular issue of the time that the SUV got to the Sallyport. They finally took their medicine at some point and had to admit to the false time and chalked it up to a Scrivener's error in 9 separate documents, memorialized 9 separate times, some of them under oath. And all the while...
To be fair, we know that the MSP and DA's office make a lot of the same mistakes. They did just call Special Prosecutor Brennan for Special Prosecutor Brennan in, I believe, 11 instances. So that's... Ben will just say, no, they're just idiots. That's... Have you seen their filings?
Why? Well, they were battling us on the time that it got there. No, the defense is all wet. They're wrong. They just didn't account for daylight savings.
Right
no, this was just a little mistake. It's not a big deal. It was a Scrivener's error. And the entire time they're making both of these claims, they had video in their possession that established unequivocally that that car was in Michael Proctor's possession at 5:30 and pulled into the Sallyport at 5:30. They knew the time. They knew that he had retrieved it at 4:12 in the afternoon and not gotten it to the Sallyport until 5:30. So the Commonwealth was well aware in 2022, the Commonwealth and their agents were well aware in 2022 that the SUV got to the Sallyport, and that was the centerpiece of the defense case. They knew that the videos would directly impeach the lead investigator on this case, and they say that we struggle to explain the exculpatory nature of this evidence. It's not our struggle to explain it, it's their struggle to acknowledge it. Of course that's exculpatory. It directly and unequivocally impeaches their lead investigator on one of the most important issues in the entire case. And that's only one aspect of the withheld videos that also is exculpatory. The other is the point at which it would show the condition of the taillight. In other words, when it's being pulled in to the Sallyport, would it show the condition of the taillight before Trooper Proctor had access to it in the Sallyport? That's what we've been seeking. The Commonwealth is well known from the beginning of this case that the defense has demanded all physical evidence be preserved. This is not a game of Wordle. This is not something that's supposed to be parsed. All physical evidence be preserved. That's pretty straightforward. The Commonwealth shouldn't be in the business of withholding exculpatory evidence by playing some sort of a gotcha game with definitions of words. They knew what we meant. We don't actually know what the Commonwealth has, so we have to be as broad as we possibly can when asking for evidence to be preserved. So all physical evidence clearly includes the entirety of all the Sallyport videos. The Commonwealth parses words by saying, well, we never asked for the Commonwealth to preserve the CPD footage from the Sallyport because the Canton PD is not the crime scene. You asked for crime scene footage, and Canton PD is not the crime scene. Well, first, I think that's a disingenuous argument that plays right into that sort of gotcha that we've discussed. I think the Commonwealth is better than that. That's not what we should be doing in a trial for murder. And second, let's not forget that District Attorney Morrissey actually defended publicly Michael Proctor, by explaining that when Michael Proctor said he responded to the crime scene, and of course we knew he didn't respond to 34 Fairview, D.A. Morrissey said, oh, he was talking about Canton PD, which is the crime scene. So they can't have it both ways.
Get him, AJ.
They write on page 4 of their opposition, quote, the trial prosecutor was not aware of the existence of surveillance video in the Canton Police Department's Sallyport until receiving the federal grand jury transcript of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, end quote. So they've taken the position, look, we personally did not know anything about that Sallyport video existing until we received the federal grand jury paperwork showing that Michael Proctor testified to it. First, the Commonwealth has to know that that is not the state of the law in Massachusetts. Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department are both arms of the prosecution actively involved in the investigation of this case. Not one, but two separate agencies not only knew of the existence of the footage, but the lead investigator actually admitted to a federal grand jury that he pulled the footage at the start of the case. He pulled it all. And then he said he reviewed it all because that's what the case agent does. The Commonwealth cannot absolve themselves of the egregious and very obviously intentional discovery violations by Michael Proctor, by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, by saying, I personally didn't know about it. The cases are legion on that issue. Commonwealth versus Sleeper, 2002 case found at 435 Mass 581, and this is Hornbook law. Quote, a prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory information or exculpatory evidence extends to evidence in the possession of the police who participated in that investigation. And then Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14A1A, the prosecutor shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor. Persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in this case. Michael Proctor worked out of the Norfolk DA's office, physical plant. There is no question that Michael Proctor and both agencies intentionally withheld that evidence. Let's talk about Michael Proctor's testimony before that grand jury. He was asked the following question. Are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed the footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time.
So do you have those page numbers for me?
I can get them for you, Your Honor. I didn't cite them in my notes.
Yeah, if Ms. Little can get them for you before you finish, that would be helpful for my review.
I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. Question, why did you review video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull. We pull a lot of video. It's on the case officer to watch it. By his own admission, Your Honor, Michael Proctor recognized himself in a video along with Sergeant Buchanan. That was likely the video that ended up being inverted by where Michael Proctor was by the passenger side taillight. And that was before any taillight material was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That is highly inculpatory of Michael Proctor. It is highly exculpatory of Karen Reed. Another point of fact, by his statement, Michael Proctor admitted that, quote, we pulled, end quote, the video. That video is on a 30-day overwrite.
She's got it already.
Yeah.
The Michael Proctor testimony in front of the federal grand jury is at page 79, lines 1 through 13.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Little.
Exhibit C is in Charlie.
Okay.
The video is on a 30-day overwrite, Your Honor. We all now know that. We didn't know that before just a few weeks ago. I don't expect that the Commonwealth knew that either. This is new to everybody, right? But you have to pull the video within the first 30 days to even be able to review it. We've been getting these videos in dribs and drabs for not months, but for years. Actually, it's been months.
Literally.
Hasn't been years.
Yeah.
He further admitted that it shows the SUV arriving in the Sallyport at 5:30, which means he wrote those reports and signed those affidavits, the 9 that I was talking about earlier, with full knowledge that there existed a video that he had and had reviewed that proved he was lying. It doesn't get any more exculpatory than that. And that was the video, that was the very video that was withheld from us, from the defense, for 2.5 years until the middle of trial. The Commonwealth says the, quote, trial prosecutor, end quote, was not aware. It's becoming relatively common refrain in the opposition. That's neither a defense nor a justification for blatant and egregious discovery violations by the Commonwealth and its agents. The fact that the trial prosecutor, whoever that is, it's an interesting use of a name, of a pronoun. I don't know who the trial prosecutor is, but apparently the trial prosecutor, according to the Commonwealth, didn't know anything about this. But that's not a defense. Who is the trial prosecutor? Is it Adam Lally? Is it Laura McLaughlin? Is it both of them? And why are they only referring to one trial prosecutor when there were clearly two in the courtroom? They make the statement with no factual support for that anywhere. Again, the only affidavit that was supplied was a type of affidavit I've never seen before, where it's signed under oath by 3 different people. So which sentence goes with which person under oath? The single declaration is odd, to say the least, but it certainly doesn't define who's responsible for what statement in that declaration. We certainly know that it was not Hank Brennan. He was not involved in the first trial, so it can't be him. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, end quote, but claimed that on April 4th, they promptly presented the defendant with 9 surveillance videos in its possession. The Commonwealth received the federal materials.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station?
I'm sorry?
Were those all from the Canton Police Station, those 9 videos?
My understanding is those were from the Canton surveillance. They're talking about the Canton. I didn't go back and audit which 9 they're talking about because I thought we only received 8, but I believe they're all from the Canton.
Ms. Little, were they all from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, but on April 4th, they promptly presented it to the defense. The Commonwealth actually received the materials that highlighted the fact that these existed in February of 2024, probably around February 21st, 2024, because that's when both sides got all the federal materials. That is not prompt. We presume that Mr. Lally has daily communications or had daily communications with Michael Proctor as the investigator, the lead investigator on the biggest case that the Commonwealth, this office of the Commonwealth has seen in a long time, and it took 2 months to produce an incomplete production of these videos. We didn't even get all of them at the time. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the quality.
I will caught up.
I was like, oh no.
The video is poor in certain portions. However, this is the condition it was recorded in. Says who? That's a fact question, one that needs to be answered. And it's an important question. Who says that the Commonwealth received these, or I'm sorry, who says that this is the condition that those videos were recorded in? We've got no facts to support that whatsoever. And then the Commonwealth goes on and says, and that was the condition in which it was received by the prosecutor. That's also a fact question that needs to be answered. And these questions could be answered with a proper evidentiary hearing. The Commonwealth's representations about Louis Jutras, the technology director for Canton, being subject to cross-examination about the Canton PD video surveillance system is also just not true. They indicate, well, we had access to Louis Jutras and could cross-examine him on all of these issues. Louis Jutras was called for a very specific reason, the town library video. We had no way of knowing at that time that he had any connection whatsoever with the Canton police video system. We were not told that until well after trial. That was never disclosed to us. And I think Mr. Brennan used this phrase not long ago, that would have been nice to know of Mr. Louis Jutras. The first time Louis Jutras was ever disclosed as the person who installed the cameras at Canton PD was in a report dated October 10th, 2024. According to Colleen Crawford, and the court's heard her name as well, one of the Commonwealth's experts, Jutras indicated that he replaced and disposed of the camera capturing the inverted video at some unidentified point between January 29, 2022, when the inverted video was actually taken, and July of 2024, because it was quote unquote defective. Interestingly, that's the only video that's clear. It's inverted, but at least it was clear. And that's the camera that, according to the Commonwealth, was replaced as defective. A week after filing its certificate of compliance, after the defense brought to the court's attention that 42 minutes was missing from the Sallyport video that we did receive.
On this channel, we believe that they didn't prove her guilty in the first trial.
Lo and behold, the Commonwealth produces a new video that also purports to show the passenger side taillight, except, as the court now knows, that's the one that was inverted. In the moving papers, in its opposition papers, the prosecution says, well, the prosecution had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is now the third or fourth time the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument. I didn't know. We did not know about its existence. No matter how many times they write it, however, it does not change the Commonwealth's responsibilities. It doesn't change the prejudice that the defense suffered. We should have had these videos at the very beginning.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you how much longer, this is the luncheon recess, but how much longer are you going to be?
Probably 45 minutes, I would say.
All right, so we'll break.
Jeepers, lady.
Stephen Fenner, is that for real?
A new charge of witness intimidation has been filed in Stoughton District Court against Aidan Carney, arraignment scheduled for March 18th. Well,
For what?
Who?
from whom?
Yeah.
I hate this town. I'm sorry for everyone. who lives there.
Kansas is the worst place in
hate
the
it.
entire planet, y'all.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Well,
I bet their ice cream machine at McDonald's never works.
I think it's the only place in the world that works because no one uses it. It's
Goodness.
but
I'm sure
we
there's
have-
good
how-
people
how-
in that town, but they need to move before they end up in jail.
We had 45 minutes and then she went on a lunch break. Apparently, there was some glitch with the technical equipment. That's why we came in abruptly. I found out on the Twitch that there was no signal before the one we started. Yes, Brandon, she just said lunch. I'm not. Can we make it work today? Because I don't want to shut down and shut up. Oh, you should shut up. You should shut up, Jamie. Stop yelling at me.
I know.
You're so mean. I would like to say, Jamie, I think it's awful brave of you to put our beef aside for the day and come join us on the Karen Reed trial. It's big of you. It's very mature.
I was just taking a break from doing stuff that I needed to get done because I'm not packed or anything. I got to get some stuff together.
Aren't you leaving like tomorrow?
Yeah.
Maybe you should pack, lady.
Yeah. I need to get some batteries for my outside cameras. My dad's supposed to be coming over for that, so I gotta get a hold of him. So I wanna all of my outside cameras, like only one battery works in like one of them. So it's like I gotta have my security cameras up before I leave.
Why do you have cameras that don't work? Like especially if it's just the batteries.
Well, the batteries just died in them. But I need a ladder and I don't have a ladder. So I can't reach them.
Yes, RJ. Actually, today has been quite interesting. We found out that Bev is angry as hell. AJ is angry as hell. And now we know that that Bukaki has testified that he had the evidence before. Why did I put that in?
What?
I'm sorry.
That's not a word.
I don't know why. I was seeing something and I just what? And but what they talked about is apparently it was well known that they had all the other videos, which is a clear violation of Rule 14 and the Brady violation. Bev will do nothing about it. We know that something is fishy around that Fanning guy, but what it is, what they can prove and what they can't prove, I can't tell you. But she is very mad at them, and she claims that Janetti, again, should have known better, and he says, miss me with that, you old hack, because I didn't know.
Old hack?
I think that's verbatim what he said.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
Yeah. But other than that, it's. I wish someone would go up and just give her a correctional slap and say, "Stop." God.
Pull the old Sean Connery. Just give her a little slap.
Just to shake a few things loose.
Oh, the hell is Sean Connery?
No, it won't happen. You can wish for it. You can pray for it. You can throw a coin in the wishing well. Do whatever you want. It's not going to happen. The feds won't save Karen Reed, and Bev won't recuse herself, and Brennan will not stop being slimy. It's just facts of the case.
Ooh.
I wonder if Aiden's Bang Bang song is going to be played in court today. Costco finally filed his response the same day they are going to the hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie will be going to Denmark tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Leave tomorrow.
What time are you flying?
I leave here at like 6 at night.
At night. That's at evening.
Ugh. All alone.
Are you flying at? Yeah, you're flying at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So you will leave your house at 5:30 and be surprised that you don't make it through security and.
Shut up. I know how this works. Every time I get there so early, I will tell you this. Every time I've ever flown anywhere and I get there so early, I'm through like that, and then I'm sitting there for like an hour and a half.
Well, it's better to sit there for an hour and a half than wave at the plane when it leaves.
That's true.
Oh.
Hey, MG.
What's up, MG?
Yeah, Jamie will be dreaming of hot dogs and cocktail the entire flight.
What is that?
Jamie, I've told you so many times, a hot dog is a bun where you put
I know what a hot dog is, but what's the other thing?
A cocktail is a chocolate milk. I've told you that you need a hot chocolate milk with your hot dog.
Okay. Hot chocolate?
No, well,
milk?
You know, that actually doesn't sound like a bad combo.
It's really, really good. And this cocktail thing is like it's probably like a, what do you call it, yoo-hoo? You know, a little thinner chocolate milk. And
I would have called it thicker.
Oh, is that a little thicker? But
yeah, I think yoo-hoo's a thick.
Okay, but if you have one that's a little, the ones I got at the expert's house from, can't remember, moon pie milk, kind of like that.
Moon pie milk?
Moon pie milk, yeah.
Gross.
But these ones, they are in a glass bottle, and they'll leave them next to the hot plate in the sausage wagon, as we call the places they make hot dogs. And no, Iris, it's not a place you can go and order some sausage.
That was what I called my first car, the sausage wagon.
The sausage wagon.
Because there was a lot of sausage and very little fish in there. But they'll leave it next to the hot plate, so when it's when you drink it, it's at room temperature or a little hotter than that. It brings out all the flavors in the hot dog. And Jamie have said, I won't go to the hotel before you give me a roasted hot dog with all the trimmings.
What's up, traveling fools?
That's word for word what Jamie have said to me. Yeah, moon pie milk.
Word for word, verbatim, direct quote.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes, it's ask the expert.
What is moon pie milk?
It's
ask
moon
the
pie
expert. He drinks that
milk.
weird stuff.
So it's just like
disgusting.
a moon pie. Okay.
He drinks strawberry milk, and then I found out they had moon pie milk. I like the moon pie milk. I hate the moon
I love
pie.
that he drinks strawberry milk like a child. It's great. And
have you met the expert?
I mean, yes, I have, but it's just always
part
fun
of that
when I hear
surprises you, Jamie.
Not a one.
The The dude eats more pixie sticks per stream than I've eaten in the last 15 years.
I know.
Hurts. Dang,
There's
that's
no
a lot of
name
letters.
on the witness intimidation. I'm going to go make myself some dinner because it's 7 o'clock my time.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm going to leave this on. I don't know if you're going to jump off. Well, Hella's probably going to go on a bio break as well. So
Yeah, I'll jump off. Be back later, maybe.
If you guys want to play Words on Stream, you have to do it through Baker's chat, not mine. His link is pinned in my comments. So feel free to jump over there and play the game with everybody if you'd like. And I didn't get to tell you guys, but apparently I had a come up at McDonald's. I have an extra sandwich in there that I didn't order. So that's pretty awesome. That doesn't happen very often. Success.
normally it's that one missing chili cheese chop.
I got everything I ordered plus an extra bacon, egg, and cheese bagel.
There's
Cool.
a really, really angry guy in the car behind you.
Yeah, bro. That guy in the truck that had to go to the wait stall behind me, he was pissed.
Yeah, and now he comes out and I ordered 2 bacon sandwiches.
That son of a bitch.
All right,
What's
I
the
am
shake
going to go
machine
eat because I'm hungry.
All right.
I'm putting a banner up.
Bye.
Bye. Do this.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing? Yes.
When did you first meet Maureen?
This is in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Hey. Karen Reed apparently just got back. And 74% of Lawn and Crims believe that the case should be dismissed. That's crazy. I don't know how much you have been snooping around during the break, but apparently charges will be brought against Aiden again today for witness intimidation. By whom, by what, by where from, wherefore, and thank you, Mo, for the raid. We don't know. What I snooped around a little bit, and I get 25 different stories. Krusty Panties is claiming that he drove a car 1 hour to intimidate a witness. Other people are claiming it's Rafferty. We'll just have to wait. But apparently all the officers outside of court just put on their body cameras and not letting people into that courtroom. So, I don't know. Again, I could be Plevin and, hey, I have two sources, and they tell me Aiden will be arrested. I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I just know that there's a lot of rumors out there, and his girlfriend was crying, and Nan was filming all of it, and we don't know anything. Put it on screen.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we left off before lunch, we were discussing the inverted video. In the moving papers, the prosecution indicates that, quote, the prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is I don't know if it's the third or the fourth time that the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument about not knowing personally about the existence of a particular video, but that it doesn't matter how many times they argue that point, it still doesn't change the fact that it prejudiced the defense by not having it, and one of their members, whoever that agent is of the Commonwealth, was lying about having it and not disclosing it. Somebody knew, and the question before the court is, who was it? Who did know? Perhaps it wasn't Mr. Lally, perhaps it wasn't Ms. McLaughlin. Was it Chief Rafferty? Certainly Proctor had it. He watched it. Who else knew about it? Members of the prosecution knew of the existence of this and other videos, and they hid them, and that's the galling issue. Then the Commonwealth writes that the defense altered, their word, the defense, quote, altered evidence to correct the image, as if we were altering something to deceive the court. When in point of fact, the Commonwealth well knows that that altered video was altered by them in some way, shape, form, or fashion. When it was played inverted. What we did is recorrect it to the proper orientation to confront Sergeant Buchnick with it. They indicate they played the entirety of the video, of the corrected video, to somehow suggest that the Commonwealth, during this debacle, had clean hands. And that's just not true. Over the course of 2 days, the court will recall, 2 days worth of testimony. Day one with Sergeant Buchnick under direct examination by Mr. Lally. Going into the next day, still under direct examination by Mr. Lally, they played that video completely inverted. They talked about it, they discussed it, they described it. Not once did Sergeant Buchanan or Mr. Lally informed the jurors or the court that the video was actually altered, that the video was actually backward. Not one hint to the court or the jury members. When the defense stood up and began questioning Sergeant Buchanan about that video, that was the first time that he admitted that it was inverted. He used the phrase mirror image, and that he knew that it was inverted. Amazingly, that was the same time that Sergeant Buchanan started having trouble with his memory about who was actually depicted in that video. The court will recall before I stood up on cross-examination, under direct examination by Mr. Lally, Sergeant Buchanan was very quick to point out that the individuals on that inverted video were himself and Michael Proctor. And they made the point that Michael Proctor never approached or had any access to or didn't manipulate in some way, shape, form, or fashion. This was the intimation by the Commonwealth, that passenger taillight. The Commonwealth has now conceded that that person was in fact Michael Proctor. It's notable that the Commonwealth went to great lengths to state that, quote, Trooper Proctor, and this is in their opposition, Trooper Proctor is standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight, end quote. That's a statement made in their moving papers, specifically on a fact that is of great material importance to this case. The three of them signed, the three prosecutors signed an oath and a declaration, and the court just called the defense out on signing a declaration or an oath. And the court's intimation, at least, in its initial comments to me was, you may have said something that you don't have a factual foundation for. I think I have done my best to disabuse the court of that we were drawing from reasonable inferences. I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to get the same treatment for saying that Trooper Proctor was standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight. That's a very bold statement for the Commonwealth to make, and it's also completely untrue. It's not supported by a single fact. It's not supported by a fact or evidence before the court. The problem with this unsupported motion, because it's unsupported and the declaration is signed by three different individuals, you can just sort of say whatever you want in the motion. And I guess...
Abir says it takes at least an hour total to actually get to the proper argument, not accurate representation, not admissible, then go home run. He said he has 45 minutes left, so you might owe me a beer.
Get away with it. The video speaks for itself, Your Honor. It shows Michael Proctor walk behind the car directly to the position of the passenger taillight. He positions himself right on the other side of the camera view, not feet away. And it certainly does not show, and there's no evidence before the court, that he, quote, never touched it. As a matter of fact, we would submit...
Does it show that he does touch it?
Well, of course...
That's not the fact. They pled under perjury. He didn't, you big idiot. I can't with this woman. I'm sorry. Well, that's not the rules, Brandon. Brandon will owe me a beer.
Wow, this is waste. It might be wasted time. It's not like she's going to grant.
Oh, she's not going to do anything. She's going to, I won't allow it.
It doesn't show he touches it, Your Honor. It's he's on the other side of the car. That's not the point. The point is, a reasonable inference is he could have touched it. He was standing right there. Nobody forced him. Nobody was holding a gun to his head. He walked around the other side of the car and obviously was standing there for a reason. By himself, in a corner, out of the view of a camera, and then when the Commonwealth plays the video, it switched, and the intimation to the triers of fact was he never approached the right rear taillight, that passenger taillight. And all of that was
And you cleared that up.
Right. But that is the galling part of this entire thing. The court has asked me a couple of times, and I'm going to get to it a little bit more in detail, what the prejudice is. If that's not prejudice, I don't know what is. It's literally propounding false information to a trier of fact. That is not a small thing. Even after the trial was over, it was concluded, and the mistrial was declared, we're still getting videos that we can't get a straight answer about their source. Where did these videos come from in October? That surveillance feed is on a 30-day deletion loop. That's what we've been told. I said a few minutes ago this morning, I said the Commonwealth may not have known that it was on a 30-day loop. What I meant was actually the prosecutor sitting in this courtroom. The three, my brothers and sister, may not have known about that 30-day override. I don't know. I don't know what they knew or didn't know. I'm certainly not going to cast aspersions and put that on them. But someone from the Commonwealth darn sure knew that was on a 30-day loop or a 30-day override. So who's had those for all this time? How were they stored? Why wasn't that information revealed to our expert when we went all the way to Canton to try to download that DVR? Where's the original? Where are the copies? These are questions for which we need some facts. And the fact that those have been withheld from us is exactly the kind of bad act and bad faith that demands that the court presume prejudice in the case. A few minutes ago, the court asked me before lunch, what is the prejudice? There's plenty of actual prejudice, but I'll get to that in just a second when I speak a little bit about the law at the end of my comments. We don't need to prove actual prejudice because the law presumes prejudice against Ms. Reed because of the bad conduct on behalf of the Commonwealth. And yet again, when it comes to this same issue, the Commonwealth recites this now worn out sentence, the prosecutor was unaware of the existence of these videos, end quote. How many times are they going to try to excuse away a blatant discovery and or Brady violation with the sentence that the prosecutor was unaware? It just doesn't matter. And that brings us to the October 10 videos that we got in 2024. The Commonwealth claims that they received these videos on or about August 21st, 2024. They sort of vaguely claim that these videos were provided along with a letter, quote unquote, letter from Canton Police Chief.
I don't know what corned beef is.
End quote. There's no report, there's no email, there's no communications, there's no text message, nothing other than this, quote, letter. And it actually wasn't a letter, it was more of an informal note written on a personal pad, a Canton PD pad by the chief. There's no chain of custody log authenticating the videos, no authentication documents whatsoever, no foundational documents, no indication of where the videos came from or how she came to possess them at the time. But she did write on that little pad, quote, that is how it records LOL, no tampering, end quote. LOL, laugh out loud. So the chief of police is laughing in the face of serious Brady violations, in the face of serious evidentiary violations and discovery violations.
And what was the date? 10/10/24 you received that? Was that the date?
10/10/24. That's correct. By the way, the Commonwealth claimed in it.
Is it just a brisket?
It's a brisket that's like salted.
Oh, I just get some horrible pictures of some canned corned beef.
Oh, that's good too, though. That's like corned beef hash. It's a
It looks
breakfast.
like Spam or some other almost meat product.
It's corned beef with like little chunks of potato in it. Corned beef hash. It's greasy and you fry it up for breakfast and get a little crisp going on it. It's delicious. I love it. I always add stuff to it. You add peppers, mushrooms, onions, a couple of eggs, and some cheese. Oh my God, it's so good. Corned beef and cabbage is a really Irish dish. Usually people will eat it around St. Patrick's Day here.
Yeah, just remember the Irish almost died of starvation. I'm just putting it out there.
Opposition papers that, quote, the prosecutor requested that both Massachusetts State Police and Kenton Police Department produce all relevant and material surveillance video, end quote. And that was sometime unidentified between April 17th, 2024 and April 24th, 2024. I laud them for that. Good. I'm glad they demanded finally, in the middle of trial, quote, all relevant and material surveillance video. So why didn't we get this from Kenton PD until October 2024, well after trial? What was the delay? And why didn't we get another video in January of 2025? What was the delay? How could this be seen as anything other than intentional? We know now that Sergeant Buchanan, we know that Proctor, we know that Chief Rafferty, and now through another report, we know that this officer, DGM Petro, all had access to and knew about the videos. And then we have, on top of that, in the middle of trial, I think it was Mr. Lally, it may have been Ms. McLaughlin, someone said, it's unclear from the opposition, that all relevant and material surveillance video be turned over immediately, and it still wasn't done. That is an intentional withholding of evidence. And then we get these new reports. What's probably most troubling is what's in the reports that we got on Friday, this past Friday. Additional reports from the Commonwealth, in a report from Sergeant DGM Petro, he reveals the following. He writes this report on the 27th, which was last Thursday, and then we got the report on the 28th. He says that in February of 2022, and I'm paraphrasing, in February of 2022, Proctor requested Sallyport video of SUV inside Sallyport. Apparently that was provided. I mean, we have to presume from his report when he says Proctor requested in February of 2022 Sallyport video of the SUV exterior footage, that he downloaded it from somewhere and gave it to him. Assuming it was February of 2022, that would have been before the overwrite, I presume. Because I think the math in my head is it's 28 days in February. If it's in February at all, it's within the 30 days from January 29th. So it has to have been. Then he writes that in June of 2023, Proctor requested Sallyport video again of the SUV exterior footage. Quote, this is from his report, I believe this may also have been the approximate time that I downloaded video recordings that covered the entire time frame that the suspect's vehicle was held at the Canton police station, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, due to the large size of the files at that time, I had to break it down into 6-hour blocks for ease of exporting. This is the first we're hearing of any of this last Thursday. How is that? Sure. Ms. Lewis just handed me a clean copy of the DGM Petro report. I would like to have this marked and appended to our motion to dismiss if it's okay.
Sure. Did I get that attached to your motion?
Did I get that? She sounds like Urkel.
Urkel. Did I do that?
Did I do that? So, 6-hour video chunks that they didn't turn over.
None of this surprises me anymore. Like, none of it surprises me.
If they come in and say, oh, by the way, John O'Keefe is sitting right there, I would say, right. Well, okay, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, it's
about how this case seems to be going.
It's and Brandon, make sure you're in the front of the plane. There's the higher possibility of survival. It's very low, but it's higher than in the back.
Really?
Change the scheduling?
Yes. You probably did.
So I've seen it.
Okay. May I approach it?
Hold on. What, Ms. Little?
We'd still like to make it part of the record if that's all right, Your Honor.
Sure. I just wanted to know whether I needed a copy because I have a copy. I've seen it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes. No, thank
The
you.
longer this goes, the more I like it.
So are we marking it? So we need it if we're marking it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake.
yelled at her
Exhibit 1 so far?
last time.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question is, how in June of 2023, now I'm going to go a little bit slow here just because it's linear. The argument is linear. In June of 2023, according to DGM Petro, he downloaded every single bit of video of that car while in the Sallyport or while at Canton PD in Sallyport. How is that possible? How could that be? As of February 28th or maybe March 1st, those videos are gone. So how could he have access to the whole thing? It's because someone at the Commonwealth downloaded the whole thing. They saved it. Or the only other explanation is that DVR was not at the time on a 30-day override. The only two explanations. Again, this is binary. So in April of 2024, as the court knows, we got additional video, and that's the inverted video. In the spring of 2024, while trial was being held, DGM Petro, quote, it says, quote, I downloaded some video recordings that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims being made by the defense. The you and I is him to Chief Rafferty. That's who this report is to. And it includes footage of Higgins. So now we find out, for the first time, that Chief Rafferty and this sergeant had been talking and strategizing about how to defeat some defense arguments, presumably, by use of videos that had never been turned over. And the Commonwealth uses a phrase in its moving papers, I believe in this motion, about ambush. That is the definition of an ambush. So DGM Petro admits that he, Rafferty, and the Canton Police Department had Sallyport video that was material to the case. Remember, his quote was that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims made by the defense. They were strategizing about how to defeat certain of our arguments, and they didn't turn it over. Specifically, he downloaded video and presumably gave it to Chief Rafferty. But then the interesting thing is, Chief Rafferty held on to it. She never turned it over. Probably because they didn't help the prosecution. They showed Higgins engaged in conduct that is, at the very least, highly suspicious and clearly exculpatory because it impeaches his other testimony. It shows him on the phone when he testified that he didn't make calls in the middle of the night. There's no question that with this example, that is an intentional withholding of evidence. That is the legal definition of bad faith, and it's unconscionable to do that. Now putting
I don't know how to make a corned beef. If I can find some, I think we call it exploded beef in Denmark. If I can find some, I'll try and have it. If it's a Reuben, I'll try and find it and eat it with Jamie, and I'll pay for it. Don't just go up there and knock on the door and tell the pilot to just slightly adjust upwards. Worry more about that than me having a Reuben.
What exactly is exploded beef?
That's hash. I looked it up. We call it blown up beef because you put salt in it, so the brine makes it expand.
Oh, okay.
Context, what we eventually did receive during the trial and then after, we received the inverted video that was falsely presented as the right passenger side of the vehicle, the passenger rear side of the vehicle. Number two, we received several videos of Brian Higgins at Canton Police Department, clearly using his phone at approximately 1:35 or so a.m. We received exterior footage that would ordinarily show the condition of the passenger taillight, which all happens to be corrupted, like every other video of the rear passenger side of that SUV. This is stunning. Yeah. It's not like the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police were sort of blissfully incompetent or blissfully ignorant and unaware of the existence of these exculpatory videos. It's quite the opposite. Multiple officers, Proctor, Rafferty, Buchnick, O'Rourke, DG and Petro, these individuals, we believe, O'Rourke may not have known, but we know that the others did, and have now basically admitted it or been caught trying to hide it. They were all variously actively engaged with these videos. They were searched for, they were discussed, they downloaded them, they saved them, they copied them, they labeled them, they transported them, they reviewed them, and they strategized about them. These videos were top of mind for all of these folks. We know there were hours and hours and hours of footage that was so large it had to be broken down into 6-hour blocks. All of that was pulled. And none of this footage was disclosed to the defense before April of 2024. And most of the files that have been turned over so far have been turned over after the trial was over. We have no idea this footage existed, and to this day, it continues to be, the bulk of it continues to be withheld from the defense. And then we move to Sergeant Buchanan's actual report. As I indicated, he wrote a report last Friday as well, dated the 28th. Quote, in furtherance of the John O'Keefe Canton homicide investigation, sometime in early spring of 2022, I was made aware that a request had been made by Trooper Proctor and then fulfilled by Canton PD for surveillance video as it related to the arrival and storage of the Lexus SUV belonging to Karen Reed. This was the spring of 2022, he knew. At Trooper Proctor's request, I proceeded to Canton Police and picked up the digital media storage containing said video and transported it to the Canton, Norfolk District Attorney's Office and turned it over to Trooper Proctor. I did not review this video at this time.
What date did he do that? The same date?
He says at this time, but it's sometime early spring of 2022. That's the best he can do in his report. Paragraph.
But the other guy didn't download it till 2023. I need to go look up Brandy after because she's going to draw a timeline.
2. In July of 2023, so this is a little more defined, I was once again made aware by Trooper Proctor that a request had been made to Canton PD for additional video and that it was ready to be picked up. Since the Canton Police Department is conveniently located on my route to travel to work, I stopped by and picked up the CD from the front desk of the police department, which was labeled Trooper Buchanan with a yellow post-it note. I further added Canton PD 12922 and then the case number, which is, or their case number, 2022-112-33, to more accurately identify the item and transported it to our office, subsequently turning it over to Trooper Proctor. So there's a second CD, now in July of 2023. I did not review that video at that time. See the attached copy of the post-it note. Final paragraph, in my preparation for trial in May of 2024, I was provided with a thumb drive.
Wasn't Proctor loaned to the DA's office? I think he was working with the DA's office at that time.
Yeah, he was like special investigator or something, right?
Yeah, he had a role in the DA's office.
And the CD labeled with a post-it note on my desk. What's interesting is that the CD with the post-it note on his desk may or may not have been the same CD that he transported in July of 23 because they seem to be labeled a little differently.
So I haven't seen this report. Does he say from whom he received that?
I'll finish reading it, but I don't believe he does. No, it's pretty vague. It's passive voice and it's pretty vague. I was provided a thumb drive and a CD labeled with a post-it on my desk to review prior to testimony, so it does not say. At this time, I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. This video was labeled with a post-it note on a CD, and it contained a video of the interior of the Sallyport, which was grainy and had a camera vantage point from the front of the Sallyport. I also reviewed the Canton PD driveway footage. In review, I also viewed video of the back wall Sallyport camera vantage point. I had not seen this video prior to my May date review. I later learned that this video was provided in an inverted manner. After I reviewed all the provided video, the thumb drive and the CD were returned. It doesn't say to whom they were returned. Your Honor, if I could mark this report as well.
Sure. Do you have an extra copy for me?
I do. It does have one highlight on it. Can I show it to Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
No, the rules clearly state that.
So you do have an extra copy, Ms. Little?
Anyone.
I do not have an extra copy, Your Honor.
I thought Mr. Jackson just said he had an extra.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson.
And he's just said he gave it to Brennan. Listen, you.
Do you have an extra copy?
I think I might.
I've got it right here.
You got an extra copy? Is that one clean?
Not clean, but.
No, it was in the car.
May I approach, Your Honor?
This one has highlights on it. I apologize.
It's okay. All right,
I
go
like
ahead.
her.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court asked probably the most important question about this.
Yeah, and I like the way that the team is constructed, because you need the talkers, you need the flashy flash guys, and you need the tech guys, but you also need one person who just runs everything and knows where everything is. Because the talkers are most likely not the most organized, and the tech guy is probably a little nerdy and forgets some stuff because he just looks at the very specific things. So you need a little busy beaver like her running around and say, "Hey, did you remember?"
Report, which is who was it that supplied the video or the thumb drives or the CDs to Sergeant Buchanan? Who's at the center of all these Sallyport videos? Who does he say was requesting the Sallyport videos that he was acting as the courier for in other particulars? Every one of those answers is Michael Proctor. So who do we believe most reasonably would have supplied the information to Sergeant Butnick to review? It stands to reason could have been Trooper Proctor. Seems to be reasonable. But I don't know because Trooper Butnick doesn't say, but that would be another question that would be open to answer if we had an evidentiary hearing. Michael Proctor was receiving the footage directly from DG and Petro, dating all the way back to February of 2022. He was the one receiving the footage directly from Buchanan, dating all the way back to the spring of 2022. Michael Proctor was receiving footage from both sources multiple times through the years. Proctor was the one who clearly had possession, custody, and control over the exculpatory footage. It was his, every bit of it. And now let's recall what he said at trial when asked about all this footage, because he was confronted about footage. And keep in mind, Your Honor, when I'm asking these questions, I know none of this. None of it. Michael Proctor lied during his testimony, but he knew that we couldn't impeach him. There was no way I could impeach him. I didn't have any of these videos to impeach him with, because we didn't have any of the evidence that had been secured concerning that Sallyport. Question. There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right? Answer. That video was discovered later on and then handed over. That video was discovered later on.
So where in the transcript is that?
I can get you the page and line number, Your Honor.
My guess is Ms. Little can get it pretty quickly.
I'm guessing she
I'll get to you
can.
in just a moment, Your Honor.
She's gonna. I'm going wild. She might offer Miss Little a claw when this is done today. I think in such a good mood. She might even say, "Hey, honey, there's a claw waiting with your name on it." I might have drunk most of it
in my chambers.
Yeah, Miss Little can get it for me. It's like it's her paralegal.
Right.
June 10th?
It was either June 10th or June 12th, but let me double check.
While she's looking for that, Your Honor, may I
Please go
proceed?
ahead, yeah.
Okay. The only thing that's it's important to remember from a date standpoint, we'll get the date that he actually testified to this, but from a date standpoint, the only thing that had been handed over at the time that he testified to that was a single video with 42 minutes missing. And a flatbed
I know she's a lawyer, but she's treating her like a paralegal. That's what I tried to say.
and the flatbed driveway footage outside the Sallyport that doesn't show much of anything. It's now been proven, that testimony, that video was discovered later on and then handed over, suggesting there was either only one video or all of it was discovered later and turned over. Both of the clauses in that sentence are a lie. The video wasn't discovered later. It was discovered in February, at the latest, February of 2022, just days after this incident. He asked for it, and he received it, according to Sergeant DJ Petro. And it wasn't turned over either. None of it. But at trial, we didn't have the truth. I couldn't impeach him with this. He made sure that all the footage was delivered directly to him, starting days after this incident. And he controlled it, he hid it, and then he lied about it. That is the definition of bad faith. That is the definition of withholding exculpatory evidence. That is the definition of suppressing Brady evidence. There is no other way to define this. He fooled us, and it's egregious. Is it possible with all this sort of years-long flurry that we've just talked about surrounding these Sallyport videos that the actual trial prosecutors were completely unaware of their existence until Proctor testified before the federal grand jury? Is that possible? I suppose it is. I want to give the prosecutors the benefit of the doubt. I do. Is it reasonable? That's another question.
Greg says Miss Little doesn't get enough credit of how awesome she is. I wasn't a fan of her in the first trial. I felt she was too unsure of herself. I thought she was a little bit too mousy, but she has grown tremendously on me after they really had to dig into the ditches and fight.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the longer this goes, the more I like her.
Yeah,
she's quite capable, it seems.
Yeah, and I like someone who's just, I'm on it, Your Honor, so she can sit there and, well, I need it. Let's take 5 minutes.
I believe that they just knew nothing about this. We know Proctor lied to us. Could he have lied to them? I suppose. But as the law mandates, Your Honor, it just doesn't matter. In the eyes of the law, Proctor is the prosecution, and the prosecution is Michael Proctor. And then we move to January 28th, 2025, this year. We're still getting additional videos at that time. This new camera angle, which is blurry and grainy and wobbly, it does, however, show the passenger side rear taillight as it's towed into or driven into the Sallyport garage. The footage is so grainy and so blurry, however, it's so corrupted that once again, the true condition of that taillight is completely obscured. At a certain point, it begins to defy logic. And the reason I wanted to talk about each one of these videos in turn is because it absolutely defies logic that all of this footage magically cuts out, blurs out, becomes grainy, becomes obscured at the precise time that the SUV is pulled in to the Sallyport. The question then becomes, what's been happening to these videos that have been in Michael Proctor's possession since that time, for the last 2.5, 3 years?
Yeah, put it on Michael Proctor. He's already in trouble. Don't try and put it on everyone else, but just throw it on Michael Proctor. I think that's a good idea. And thank you, Ghost Fox, for becoming a member. Look, I made a little fox.
Is that what that was?
Well, I did it with a little fast.
Okay, I see it now. I see it.
So much hatred.
Again, I've lost count how many times the Commonwealth makes the claim, quote, prosecutors have never seen this video, end quote. The entirety of the Commonwealth's defense on this issue is the indefensible, which is, it just wasn't me. Okay, fine, it may not have been you, but it was the Commonwealth, in quotation marks, capital. The Commonwealth then claims that, quote, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, this video was located within a paper case file of the investigators, end quote. I believe that Mr. Brennan, when he came on the case, he's the one who directed a review of all physical evidence and data files. I would have to guess. Again, I would applaud that. Should have happened years ago. What's most curious about this video, however, is that the prosecution now admits, quote, after inquiry it was learned that an investigator obtained this video from Canton Police Department in 2022, and it was placed in a physical case file, end quote. That's a direct quote from their opposition. They don't name who the investigator is, they don't indicate whose case file it was, they don't tell us where that case file had been, who had control over that case file, just a paper case file somewhere, mysteriously. Whether it was CPD or MSP, we don't know. Which investigator, we still don't know. What can we learn from this admission by the Commonwealth? That investigators did in fact download the Canton PD videos in 2022 before they were overwritten. That's the only way these videos could exist. We've talked about that. And what we don't know is where the rest of them went, and why we don't have them, and why we didn't have them for the first trial. The Commonwealth basically concedes that it is in direct violation of its discovery obligations not to have turned over these videos that were in their possession. But it makes the claim that it doesn't matter because, quote, the poor quality of the video makes it difficult for either party to benefit from the video, end quote. In its opposition, it sounds like more of a desperate argument than anything else that these egregious errors don't justify the court taking any action because they claim, quote, there's no evidence of bad faith. I would take issue with that. But the quote goes on, there's no evidence of bad faith on behalf of the Commonwealth, nor any of its agents, particularly where the Commonwealth is equally aggrieved by the poor video quality and inability to obtain a forensically extracted copy of the surveillance video. Equally aggrieved. First, in that sentence, the Commonwealth admits that the defense is aggrieved. They say they're equally aggrieved, however. Aggrieved means wronged, or unfairly treated, or suffered harm, or injustice. Merriam-Webster defines aggrieved as suffering from an infringement or a denial of legal rights. You bet we're aggrieved. But the Commonwealth can't claim that they're aggrieved when they're the ones doing the aggrieving. It doesn't work that way. The Commonwealth concedes that there's irreparable harm. They acknowledge that the forensic videos were destroyed, or at least they claim now that they're destroyed. We can never obtain the information necessary to establish the validity of any of these videos or whether and by whom they may have been manipulated, if at all. The Commonwealth can't shift the blame because the videos have literally been in their possession the entire time. It was their actions and the actions of their agents that caused this irremediable harm. Your Honor, this is, as I said, this is the definition of bad faith, and this goes back to the court's original question this morning, which is, can you describe the prejudice that Ms. Reed has suffered? And I think we've done a pretty good job of describing that throughout this argument, but the definition of bad faith means we don't have to prove actual prejudice. Prejudice is presumed under the law. If we're to believe the declarations that were submitted by ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin and ADA Brennan, then at the very least, there is no other conclusion but that Michael Proctor and other investigators intentionally secured these videos. They withheld the evidence from us, and they withheld the evidence from the prosecution team. Let's take them at their word. Even after being explicitly instructed to turn over that evidence, that is bad faith. And how many times do they have to say, we didn't know about this, it just doesn't matter. Like I said, let's take them at their word. It doesn't absolve the Commonwealth of its obligations, and it doesn't reduce the prejudice that the defense has suffered. This was a pattern engaged in by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, over and over and over again. And now we know, through this new revelation, that it was intentional. The prejudice the defense has suffered is legally presumed, and it's also factually proven. And thus the only remedy is dismissal. When is dismissal warranted? And this is, I'd like to talk for just a couple of seconds about the legal standards. Where there's misconduct that's so egregious, deliberate, and intentional, prejudice is to be presumed. That means that the defense is not required to show Ms. Reed suffered any actual prejudice because dismissal is necessary to prevent the repetition of this type of misconduct. And that comes to us directly from Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District at 476 Mass 298. It's a 2017 case. Even if the court does not, and this is secondary to that, even if the court does not presume the prejudice and finds that these myriad violations were somehow inadvertent or a mistake, the result of some accident or negligence, this case still has to be dismissed under the second scenario and the second prong because Ms. Reed has suffered actual prejudice by the Commonwealth's violations. We could not cross-examine these witnesses the way they should have been cross-examined at the first trial. The repeated and flagrant discovery violations were not an accident. I think we've established that at this point. They weren't a mistake. There were too many people looking at them, strategizing about them, to then say, I didn't realize their import. They were designed specifically, the fact that we weren't provided the evidence was designed specifically to obtain a strategic advantage.
Hey, Gabby, it's the motion to dismiss. It has been argued for a couple of hours now. We have learned a lot of what I find is quite disturbing news. Videos have now been put in reports to have been disclosed way before anyone mentions it. Proctor apparently is the bad guy, which I think is a smart strategy to attack Proctor because he is already out as a police officer. So instead of trying to get everyone riled up, they can just throw him under the bus, so that's easier for the Commonwealth to if the case falls, they can just chuck Proctor.
That's a pretty good idea, right? He's basically giving them the scapegoat that they would want. And
if she dismisses, they can point to Proctor and said, well, sadly, we had a bad lead detective.
Yeah.
And then
pretty good strategy.
X off the face of everyone.
Advantage over the defense and to get a conviction at all costs rather than to pursue the truth. There are obviously additional Brady violations and prejudices that Ms. Reed has suffered. I've detailed those in our moving papers. And I want to incorporate all of those arguments by reference here as well. But relating to the surveillance footage itself, there's no question that the Commonwealth intentionally withheld it, and they've been withholding it since January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth can't really seriously claim, Your Honor, that 4 or 5 or however many different law enforcement officers were aware of and withheld the surveillance video or the surveillance footage, and who were supposedly specifically instructed by Adam Lally or his team back in April of 2024 to turn everything over, and it was just inadvertently withheld. This was intentional. And the Commonwealth then compounded those violations by Michael Proctor lying on the stand about his knowledge of the video footage and his turning it over to the defense. It was literally a fraud on the jury. And now, well after trial, the Commonwealth has been forced to admit that even more exculpatory evidence or surveillance evidence from January 2022 is in their possession, and it was also entirely withheld from the defense throughout this litigation and throughout their first trial. In addition to the presumptive prejudice, Your Honor, there has been actual prejudice. This was, some would say, a close case when it ended. The court recalls that. The jury was hung on some charge or charges.
There are more motions to be argued today. He's about done.
And the evidence suggests that they voted in her favor on others. The court needs to ask itself, what would the jury have done had they had all the evidence to which they were entitled, to which we were entitled? But they didn't. Every one of these videos was in some way compromised, even the videos that we did have. And the compromise always conveniently obscured the truth and obscured Ms. Reed's rights. This is an exculpatory fact that we should have been able to explore during the past 3 years, and certainly we should have been able to explore it at trial, but we did not have the videos. The Commonwealth did, though, and it's the cumulative effect of all these gross and repeated violations that undermines the Commonwealth's argument that this is just about a broken camera. It couldn't be further from the truth. We're to believe that all these cameras just spontaneously became defective at the exact same time. Like I said before, it defies logic. For the Commonwealth to have all this footage for a solid 3 years and hold it back from us the entire time, it makes one question what was going on with that evidence. And I have to say, in terms of lesser remedies, Your Honor, what's interesting is that the exclusion, obviously the exclusionary rule exists.
I understand that does not help the defense.
It doesn't help the defense. And I appreciate the court finishing my thought on that. It's the opposite. The only remedy that can prevent this kind of repetition, this kind of misconduct, is dismissal. That's the only remedy available. And that's what the law, and that's what justice demands. As a final thought, if the court, even in the face of all this overwhelming evidence of gross misconduct, declines to dismiss this case at this time, we would urge the court to grant us an evidentiary hearing so that we can make an actual factual record of the myriad of issues brought up here. This will give the court a much better understanding of the facts supporting dismissal, and it will perfect the record on these critical constitutional issues. And with that, I'll submit.
Okay, so thank you. I have a question for you. So go back to the podium, please, because you may need your notes. But Ms. Little, did you find the Proctor testimony?
I did, Your Honor. It's June 12th, 2025, the reporter's transcript at 1-148. And that's from the copy of transcripts with sidebars, just for the court's reference, lines 8 through 12.
Great.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Jackson, just about, so you argued, obviously, the importance of the Lexus arriving at the Canton Police Department. You argued a distinction between a cracked taillight versus a shattered taillight.
Correct.
In your pleadings, and again, you just saw, I want specifics where I can find something. On page 28, you talked at the top line, cracked, not shattered, when it arrived at the conflicted CPD on January 29, 2022. If the taillight was largely intact and only cracked, rather than shattered and missing 47 pieces, as Dighton Police Officer Sergeant Barrows testified he observed earlier that day, after the Commonwealth claimed Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe, the evidence would establish Ms. Reed's innocence and be case ending for the Commonwealth. The 47 pieces I'm having trouble finding. I just took a quick review of Sergeant Barrows' testimony yesterday upon being prepared for this. I didn't see it in there. Ms. Little, do you know where that 47 pieces is?
Yeah, the 47 pieces is not related to Sergeant Barrows' testimony.
Well, it sounds it from this, so I'm not to read it this way.
What Sergeant Barrows clearly testified to was that he observed a taillight that was cracked and not broken.
Okay, the 47 pieces, I read that to mean it was from Barrows' testimony.
No.
As Dighton Police Barrows testified. All right, where do I find that 47 pieces?
The 47 pieces, I can get multiple transcript sites, but those were the photographs the Commonwealth presented at trial, but there were that many pieces found at the crime scene.
It's the number of pieces that were booked into evidence.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, if you have trial transcript of that, I don't need 47 points, but if there's something that summarizes it, because I took that to read as I see it reading.
No, Sergeant Barrows specifically testified about his observations of the taillight earlier that day.
Right.
It was uncontroverted that there were 47 pieces of taillight recovered.
That's not clear to me the way this is written, so I'm glad I asked you. Okay. All right, so with that, now, Ms. Tinetti, I'm not going to hear from you now about the court officers not being in charge of the jury. I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan, and then we'll get to you, and hopefully we'll have time. But Mr. Brennan, I have a question for you. As I started with a question for the...
So you implied that he should have known better, and you won't even listen to him. I hate this woman. And hey, Marissa, maybe stay off the White Claws Thursday, because they won't be done today. because Marissa
Yeah,
said
no
she
way.
would do Friday.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Mrs. Valhalla.
Hey, baby. How you doing?
Defense.
Well, she's doing well. She is on lunch.
Yeah.
Is she having a corned beef hash on rye with sauerkraut?
Probably not. I don't think she would eat any of those things without putting up a fight.
Well,
She likes corned beef, though. Probably
I'll
not the
have to
rye.
try it.
Definitely not the sauerkraut. It's good. It's good.
So I'd like you to explain to the court, please, what efforts the Commonwealth made to comply with the Rule 14 obligation regarding the Sallyport videos, and why the dribs and drabs of the way the discovery came in.
It may be most helpful if I give the court history as I've learned it about the production of video in this case.
No, you shouldn't give any history as you have learned it. You should answer the fucking question why the agents of the state haven't followed procedure. I hate him. Hey, Brett.
He's the worst.
Okay.
And it will explain.
The worst.
He is absolutely the worst. He keeps going on with, well, I didn't know. I don't know who. It's maybe it's the gnomes. It happens.
The gnomes.
In context the production of video and will help create the foundation so the court can understand and perhaps the defense can best understand.
All right, and just like I did with Mr. Jackson, if I need to, I'm going to interrupt you
Of course.
to clarify some of this. So know that that's what I'm focused on.
I understand clearly. In November of 2024, the defense asked me to see if I could provide a chain of custody regarding the production of video in this case. And so I agreed that I would do that and made best efforts to talk to as many witnesses as I could, review the discovery, and speak to the attorneys. Now, when I started sometime in late September, I had found the letter from Chief Rafferty with the production of video in August. The letter or note was dated in August. So to start from the beginning, the prosecutors in this case did not have knowledge that there was videos from the Sallyport area.
Doesn't matter. Clearly, Massachusetts law says anyone connected to the investigation that lands squarely back at Lally and McLaughlin and you. That's the rule in Massachusetts.
This is going to be a whole lot of, well, I can't
Hey,
provide.
I didn't know.
Before me, it was the other guy. It's going to be a whole lot of that.
Yeah.
There was nothing about it that was particularly relevant to them. The defense theory did not make it clear to them that that was important. There was no motion filed by the defense.
At what point in time?
That's a lie, and you still have to turn over evidence, you idiot. That's also the law.
The defense, in their discovery,
they filed a motion
request
to
clear
keep
enough.
everything on February 2nd, 3 days after the incident. 4 days.
I hate this dude so much.
He's such an idiot. Yeah, and as Jess says, you don't get to decide what's important. You keep everything and turn it over. Normally, you bury them in a mountain of paper and let them sort everything out. This is the only case where they're withholding everything.
This is leading up to trial. At that point, there had been no request by the defense for video of the Sallyport area. What I learned is that Trooper Proctor had
He can get sanctioned by the bar.
requested Sallyport video from the Canton Police Department. And the person who was the custodian of Canton Police Video, who would download it from the DVR, was Sergeant D.G.M. Petro. He made a request shortly after this event on January 29th, 2022. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro downloaded video.
No, his new charges is for putting his face on the D&E pizzeria and going on a 2-minute diatribe talking to Chris Albert's son. According to a video that they didn't turn over to the defense, it will be continued till tomorrow.
From the front wall camera, which was later characterized as the blurry camera. And he left it at the front desk. Trooper Buchanan at the direct.
What?
Was that when Jill Daniels assaulted him?
No, it was yesterday. Turtle Boy had a new charge against him for witness intimidation. They were out at the waterfall. No, CF McCarty's drinking him, the Declarer, that new YouTuber Nan, and apparently, according to the prosecution, Chris Albert's son is closing the D&E pizza, and Aiden walks over, puts his face on the window, talks about, I'm sad he's dead, blah, blah, something. And there's video of it. And they wanted him hold without bail. They wanted him sanctioned to be 100 yards from everything. And they didn't even turn over that video to the defense. So they have it continued till tomorrow so the Bradel can prepare for an argument.
Wait, so he got arrested last night?
No. They brought new charges against him. We talked about this just before we went on break. New charges have been brought against Aiden for witness intimidation today in court. They were, and they didn't serve his defense. So they don't know. And if it's correct that he got drunk and did that, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be stupid enough to witness intimidate anyone, but still, then he needs a Sean Connery too, just to say, Aiden, God damn it, stop getting in your own way.
I'd like.
But let's see if how much video they do have of it.
Yeah, I'd like to see the video.
Action Trooper Proctor picked up the video and he brought it to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Buchanan did not look at the video at that time. It was given to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor did not provide it to the prosecutors. So Trooper Proctor was aware of the video. The prosecutors were not aware of the video. That video is the same video that Sergeant G.M. Petro says that he downloaded the video in 6-hour segments, and that contained the front wall, blurry camera inside the Sallyport, and camera in front of the police station. That remained with Trooper Proctor for some time. In June, around June of 2020...
Simple doesn't cut it. Facts matters. Science proves she's innocent.
Trooper Proctor then made a second request from Sergeant G.M. Petro.
Even though we already had it?
For different cameras. He wanted cameras, camera angle of outside the Sallyport area, so when the tow truck dropped the car off, leading into the Sallyport, which is now characterized as the exterior Sallyport video. Again, Trooper Proctor asked Trooper Buchanan to go to the Canton Police Department and pick up a copy of the downloaded video. Trooper Buchanan went to the police department, picked up the...
I never stated he was killed inside. Glad you're here. Maybe go back and watch all of it. I never did any of that conspiracy. I did never say Colin did it. I never said anything like that. I know Plevin, the idiot, claimed it today, but you can go back. I covered it for 2 years, and you can catch up. And if you're just going to be a short boss smurf sitting saying the same stupid things over and over again, I will let Marissa Chloe you.
CD at the front desk. That CD had a yellow sticky tab on it with Trooper Buchanan's name, and Trooper Buchanan wrote in the case file on that yellow sticky. He brought the CD to Trooper Proctor. Again, Trooper Proctor in June 2023 had a copy.
It's on my channel.
Of the exterior Sallyport video, but did not provide it to the prosecutor.
Oh, you're not addressing me? Well, it's my channel, so I'll take it any way I like.
Prosecutors. Both of those videos remain dormant. When Trooper Proctor was called to the federal grand jury, essentially he testified, was asked about video, and said that he reviewed video. Now, this was not evidence that the Commonwealth intended on introducing or had any specific interest in. There was no particular discovery request by the defense, and there was no order. But upon reading that grand jury testimony, ADA Lally reports that he then inquired about the video. This is
Inquired of whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Okay.
This is shortly before trial. ADA Lally was given a copy of one of two of those productions. He was given the copy of the front wall video, which also contained video of outside the front of the police station. That was quickly turned over after Attorney Lally received it on April 4th, 2022. So what we know at this point is Trooper Proctor has this original production on April 4th, 2022, shortly after January 29th, 2022. I'm sorry, it was provided April 4th, 2022.
2022 or later?
No.
It was later, right?
It was
Because
later.
the federal grand jury was later.
He provided it on the eve of trial. So it was April 4, 2024. So we know this production on April 4, 2024 was in the hands of Trooper Proctor shortly after January 29, 2022. At this point, the prosecution team is still unaware of the June 23 production, which has Trooper Buchanan's name on it, which shows the exterior Sallyport. As trial began, there still was no specific order or request. The chief of police saw something about the trial, and let me rephrase. Prior to the trial, it's reported that Attorney Yannetti was discontent because the video of the front camera Sallyport was so grainy, intermittent, and not continuous. And that's an accurate description of that video. Chief Rafferty, in response to seeing Attorney Yannetti's concerns, then asked Sergeant D.G.M. Petro to see if there was another camera or to produce any other video from the Sallyport. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro then downloaded video from the DVR, which is the second camera that is inside the Sallyport, known as the inverted camera, or now characterized as the inverted camera. That was produced April 23rd, 2024, given to ADA Lally, then given to the defense. And so at that point, there are 3 video productions that exist. The first turned over to the defense April 4th, 2024, the second April 23rd, 2024, and the June 23 production of the exterior Sallyport has still not been turned over. It's in the possession of Trooper Proctor, and the prosecutors do not know about it. After the trial, one of the employees...
I really
He's
wish...
saying that Trooper Proctor had videos
Yeah,
all the way to when? To the end of the trial?
Yeah, he hit every piece of evidence. Trooper Proctor is the bad guy. But let me just again read Massachusetts Rule 14A1. The prosecution team, for the purpose of this rule, the prosecution team includes all persons under the prosecuting office's direction and control, all persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case, or either regular report to the prosecuting office or have done so in the case. The prosecution team includes, but is not limited to, personnel of police departments or other law enforcement agencies who were or are involved in the investigation of the case before and after charges were issued, or were or are involved in the prosecution of the case.
Well,
all of his arguments falls under Rule 14A1A. Because Trooper Proctor worked for the police department who is investigating and trying the case. All of this Bev should say, have you read the Massachusetts Rule 14A1A, which shows that if Proctor knew, you knew. You can't use it to hide from it.
How is this not being dismissed? I don't understand, Bev. I don't understand.
We know why it's not being dismissed, but it should be dismissed. This is Massachusetts Criminal Code Rule 14A1A, which clearly states all of this evidence.
From Norfolk County, Colleen Crawford, went to the Sallyport and looked at the DVR system. And when she looked at it, she saw that video still existed on that system. Although there was a 30-day overwrite on that system, the system had a number of backup hard drives, and because of the backup hard drives, the video existed longer than 30 days. She wrote an extensive report that was turned over to the defense, and this is after trial. The report notes her investigation about all the different videos, and it summarizes everything that she saw in that July 2024 visit. As I mentioned earlier, in August, Chief Rafferty provided video of the hallways that included some video of Brian Higgins, and she accompanied a letter or a note. I learned that that video was copied during the trial, and it is noted in the sergeant's letter. The chief of police and the sergeant were downloading video, not in response to a motion to compel or produce, but rather because they had concerns about accusations that were being made about the department, and they were saving video, in their opinion or from their perspective, to help defend against future false claims against them. They downloaded a number of videos that were then turned over in that August 2024 production. When I first learned of that August letter and note, I turned it over to the defense immediately. The issue came up regarding the DVR in November, and as we've litigated extensively, so I'll simply summarize it, I invited the defense to come to the Canton Police Department. Given the intermittent or spotty production of video, I thought it best they have an opportunity to look firsthand, although I didn't know if the video would exist, as I said. And then when they came in December, I think it was December 12th, if my memory serves, and learned that there was no longer video stored because it had been overwritten, I then went to the Canton Police Department so that I could have a closer look at the video cameras to see if there was something missing. I toured the entire station, I learned about the videos, and then as a consequence, I spoke to the chief, other officers, and the sergeant unexpectedly. The sergeant told me that he would click and drag copies of video when he would download them from the DVR. Inevitably, we had the litigation about whether the defense was going to download in person or not. And then as I tried to finalize my investigation into the tapes and realizing there was no actual written chain of custody, I wanted best to memorialize it. I had been reviewing all files, data, hard files, but I had not been on the case long enough to review everything, so I asked that the parties of the Commonwealth look through all files, all databases, so that I could help facilitate my review. At that point, I was provided by Trooper Tully the June 2023 CD with Trooper Buchanan's name on it. That is the exterior Sallyport video. And within 24 hours, I provided that to the defense. I then asked both the sergeant and Trooper Tully and Trooper Buchanan to write reports. Since there was no chain of custody, I wanted best to give as much information as I could and document the history of the video. That, Your Honor, is a summary of everything that I had learned, the investigation, and the production of the videos.
So it still doesn't absolve you, Lally or McLaughlin, of the responsibility that it wasn't turned over to the defense. I hope Bev says, oh, just to clarify, did you read Massachusetts Crim Rule 14? And will you admit that you have not held your obligations? But she won't. She'll say, I'll allow it. Oh, Proctor, you little minx.
She's not going to do anything to yell at him in front of people, in front of the cameras.
She should be slamming her
she should be
filders and binders and yelling.
She should be throwing shit across the courtroom at this point.
Yeah, she should end this hearing abruptly and say, this has dire consequences for the state. You better be back Tuesday prepared. But it's not going to happen.
Do you know which investigator's file it was found in?
Trooper Proctor's.
Of course it's Trooper Proctor's.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have 3 separate arguments. I will proceed with the videotape argument since we've lodged into it.
Sure.
Okay. Now, the defense has made a number of conclusions that there was somehow videotape that was tampered with. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever, none.
No, because there's no better.
It's not even speculation. There's no evidence that any videotape was ever tampered with. They say it, but there's none. I have seen none. They have produced absolutely no evidence that any video was altered or tampered. The defense lodges the idea of bad faith, that there was some type of advantage in that this video was withheld from them on purpose, and again, that is a baseless claim. If the government was going to hide video from the defense, they never would have got it.
What?
If he said,
if we want to hide the dirty deeds, you'll never find it. Did he just say that the government will bury the bodies if they want to hide them?
He just quoted O.J. Simpson. If I did it.
If we did it, you'll never see it.
What a...
I know he used to work for the mob, but isn't it in Jersey they hide the bodies in the swamp? He just said, we can hide all the evidence. If we don't want to turn it over, we'll just make it disappear.
He got up there and boldface claims that no videos were tampered with. They played an inverted video file as evidence in court. How did it get inverted?
Well, that's the way that only that of all the video cameras in Canton, only that camera had inverted recording.
Bullshit, Baker. Bullshit.
Well, I love his argument. The Commonwealth, the defense could just have cross-examined the guy from the Canton Park Department who was talking about the video outside of the church, who they didn't know had been at the police station changing that camera. At least an evidentiary hearing. Why isn't she ending this and saying, come back Monday?
Because she's got to keep up her part in the charade.
Yeah, and there's no chain of custody, no metadata. It claims that there's 6-hour videos. None of this exists. If you just cut into those 6 hours, you have changed the video.
Maybe they would have got something after I came in and looked. They would have not got this production in April 2024.
So now you just claim that the other guys are hiding stuff?
Would not have gotten the production if the government was looking to hide anything. And so the idea of intentionally withholding or bad faith is just characterization by the defense. The words Brady have meaning. Now, first, Brady needs to be exculpatory, and that's going to be something I think I can demonstrate does not fit this case. And secondly, in order to compel the court to conclude there was some type of remedy that should be issued, they want the court to conclude, like they do, that there was some type of tampering or some type of destruction of evidence. There was none. There was none. Now, Trooper Proctor had this video from June 2023 in his file. And I think the best evidence that this was not intentional is if you review Trooper Proctor's trial testimony.
So do you have a volume? Is it at the same place that Ms. Little gave me?
Well, I have the same volume. They gave you a fragment of his testimony, which was about 3 sentences. But if you actually read a number of pages of his testimony that deals with this video, and it begins on page 133, what you will see, and I won't spend a half hour reading it, but what you will see is that Trooper Proctor was aware of the grainy video, which was the video that was provided right after January 29, 2022. He was unaware of the inverted video until it was produced right before trial or right during trial by the Canton Police. And you can also see that he in no way was hiding the June 2023 video, because you can see the confusion between all the parties at trial. Attorney Jackson is asking Trooper Proctor about video, and Trooper Proctor is explaining there is a Sallyport video, and also there's an exterior video outside the Sallyport. And it is clear that Attorney Jackson does not have that June 23 exterior Sallyport video because he's very confused in the questioning of Trooper Proctor. And Trooper Proctor continually tries to explain that there is both the Sallyport and there's the exterior video. So clearly, Trooper Proctor was aware of the exterior Sallyport video, but it will be clear from the reading of his cross-examination that there was no...
So you didn't turn over video that could help the defense. You are admitting that the first trial was filled with mistakes because of bad faith from...
There's no way this shouldn't be dismissed.
And it's not for the defense to ask, hey, by the way, when you're answering that question, is it because you have a video I haven't seen that I should have seen and I forgot to ask you about?
DeOrk gifted 5 goat herder memberships. Appreciate you, DeOrk. And of course, free the fluffy.
Intentional withholding. He should have, since it was in his possession, whether it was relevant to the government's case or not, he should have provided it to the prosecutor, and then it would have been properly provided. But it was his oversight. There was nothing intentional or advantageous about it, because he struggled to try to explain to Attorney Jackson. And so it's also notable that Attorney Lally never has an opportunity to ask more details about those. Well, he has the opportunity, but he doesn't ask more details about that misunderstanding because he's wholly unaware that it even exists. It's a confusing moment, but it clarifies that there's nothing intentional whatsoever about this course. And
if they didn't turn it over, it's intentional, you idiot. If he holds on to them and not turning them over, it's intentional. I need to stand up.
It's important that although the defense now suggests there's something exculpatory about it or something about it that's important, it is important to note that the defense never filed a motion for the production of the Canton Police Department video. It is not incumbent or assumed that the Commonwealth is going to obtain every video from every part of a town during an incident. It's not assumed that they will do that. The Commonwealth seeks evidence that they think is exculpatory, they seek evidence that they think is relevant material, and when they receive it, they are supposed to provide it. There are many cases where video from a police department is never provided to the defendant unless they ask. Or many cases where it may be a video of the booking, but not the hallways, not the bathrooms, not the back parking lot. Put in context that the defense theory was an evolving theory throughout this case to this day. The defense theory was that it was some third-party culprit, unidentified, who committed this act that led to the death of John O'Keefe. In fact, if you see earlier interviews, the defense position publicly was, you know exactly who did it, intimating that there was a specific person. Now that recently has changed. If we see the recent interview 2 weeks ago on Fox 25, the quick answer was, we have no idea who did it. We don't have to know. And so this fluid position is not noticed to put the Commonwealth on notice. They're supposed to chase down every potential idea or creation that the defense has. It's important to look at the motion that has been presented to your honor on behalf of the defense where they claim that they moved to preserve video evidence. And when you look at that motion, the best it says is that they moved to compel physical evidence. That does not put the Commonwealth on notice of video evidence at the Canton Police Department.
Was this the Stoughton District Court motion?
It is.
Okay.
And I know that the Superior Court did not adopt it. However, I think the Commonwealth being on notice is the point. Even if it's in District Court, I think it's the Commonwealth's responsibility.
I agree with that.
Okay. And so, Attorney Yannetti, and I've mentioned this before, was very prolific in his pretrial discovery motions. Very meticulous. And when you look at his meticulousness, if there was a need or a desire for video, he certainly would have asked for it.
If he doesn't know it exists, how can he ask for it, you idiot? Did you ever tell him, by the way, we have video of the car. Do you want it? It could show the tail light. It's a little blurry, but maybe you can work some wonders with it. Send it to someone to pins to Zoom.
This dude hurts my blood pressure.
I want to go buy a pack of cigarettes and start smoking again. I'm so angry. Oh.
Didn't. In fact, when you look at the perspective of Attorney Yannetti, you don't have to look much further than his characterizations of how he sees the difference between the crime scene and the Canton Police Department. I've attached, for your honor, to the defense, Exhibit Number 4, trial testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino. And when he cross-examines Nicholas Garino, he is pretty clear that there is a difference between the Canton Police Department and the crime scene.
That's because the Canton police claimed that we got the phone at the crime scene. So you were at the crime scene. No, at the Canton Police Department. That made it the crime scene. Then, because of the standing order, you should have preserved everything. Oh, my...
He cites on page 75, but you'd agree with me, the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct? And Trooper Garino says, I never said crime scene in my report, I wrote scene. And Mr. Attorney Yannetti iterates, okay, well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it? So the defense is hard pressed now at this moment where they are trying to create prejudice that doesn't exist,
No,
to try to
they're
convert
not.
a motion that they filed with very specific intentions for physical evidence to now suggest that that includes Canton Police Department because the Canton Police Department is somehow the crime scene. It doesn't convert. In argument, Attorney Jackson characterizes not only Trooper Proctor's testimony, and I encourage the court to look at that because when you read it in context, I think it clearly screams that Trooper Proctor is hiding nothing whatsoever. But if you look at Trooper Buchanan's testimony, on June 6, 2024, if you start at page 103, Attorney Jackson, to paraphrase, I'm not quoting him verbatim, suggests that there's something about Trooper Buchanan that is lying about his position or about what he saw, or that Trooper Buchanan admittedly saw the inverted video. Not the case. Trooper Buchanan reported that he did not see the inverted video until after Canton produced it, because how would he see it before Canton produced it? And that was in his preparation in May. And he did not say that he sat down with ADA Lally and watched the inverted video. He was asked, were you shown any of the videos that you see in anticipation of your testimony? Now remember, there's not just Canton Police Department video at that point. There is video from Ring, Town Hall, a number of different places. And he said, not during the first meeting, I did review video during the second time. Question, okay. And that video that you did see the second time, was that the interior video of the Sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct? He says, Trooper Buchanan, I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I have reviewed videos outside of our meetings. That is what he put in his report about reviewing in May, not with ADA Lally. So I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me. That wasn't the characterization that was provided in argument. This is very different. Question, but you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You've seen that one before. That's the inverted video. Answer, yes. I'm on page 104. And that was with Mr. Lally, correct? Trooper Buchanan, clearly. That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally. That sworn testimony is not only in stark contrast with the characterization that was offered by the defense, but it directly contradicts the conclusion they ask you to reach, that Trooper Buchanan watched this video with ADA Lally in preparation for trial. Therefore, it is a lie that the Canton Police Department provided the inverted video sometime earlier. That's sworn testimony. Now, again, trying to assert some type of relevance, the defense suggests there is something in the federal materials that would show relevance because Mr. Higgins said in the federal materials that he does not believe he made any phone calls. If you were to look at that testimony in the federal materials, you would see there was an enormous amount of conversation about the period in which he was sleeping. And there were dialed calls between him and Mr. Albert. And so you have to look at it in context rather than say it's an unequivocal denial and there's an aha moment. There is no aha moment. So,
Do you have the grand jury cite? I think I might have got it from Ms. Little earlier, but the grand jury testimony of Brian Higgins, I have it. It's just easier if you have a cite to that.
I have a tab, but I don't, perhaps Attorney
I'm sure Ms. McLaughlin can get it.
I'll provide it momentarily.
All right, thank you.
So what really arises from the subterfuge is that the defense did not ask for video. There was video provided when the prosecutors learned about it. There was video that was in the hands of Trooper Proctor that should have been provided to the prosecutor that wasn't. There was nothing done to alter or taint the video. There was nothing destructive about it. There was no tactical advantage. There was no benefit to the government. And clearly from Trooper Proctor's testimony, there was no effort whatsoever to hide it. It should have been managed better, no doubt. But there was nothing about it that was prejudicial. There was nothing about it that showed tampering or altering. And so ultimately, the import of the defense's argument is that this evidence, this information, is exculpatory. It's exculpatory because what they claim is that it would show that Ms. Reed's taillight was cracked, not missing a piece. Now, first thing we look at is Nick Barrows' testimony. And if you have an opportunity to look at his testimony, on page 12, line 1, the defendant told you part of the story. I saw there was some damage to the rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged, it was cracked. But they forgot the next part. And there, pause, a piece missing, but not completely damaged. That's exactly how we see Miss Reed's car later on.
Are you effing kidding me? 47 pieces. I don't know, 70% of the tail light missing. and you are extrapolating a piece to 70% of the tail light, and you're saying this is clearly what we see. You must have a brown tongue because you are spewing so much BS that you could work on a cow farm and the cattle wouldn't produce the most manure. You are a disgrace. I'm sorry to say it. You are a disgrace. You are clearly standing there lying your effing head off. I know you're doing your job, but you are a disgrace, and every lawyer who is watching this, and I know every lawyer who will be covering this, should be yelling and screaming to get you disbarred or whatever, because they will be put in the same category as you. F you very much, and I can't say with a cacti because then I'll get banned on Twit again. But you are a disgrace to anyone who ever put on a uniform, who ever worked for any DA's office, or who ever took the bar with this amount of disingenuous, whatever it's, effing lying to the court, and you are not even sad you did it.
Y'all, Special Prosector Breenan has officially broke Baker. He's broken. He's about to stroke out.
Yeah, we will have a beer when we're done, Brandon, because I owe you one from Friday, and this is the most ridiculous argument he ever gave. A cracked taillight missing a piece is the same as a 70% destroyed taillight. Yeah, a police officer would, of course. Can you describe what state the car was in? Yeah, it was missing four tires, so it had a slight dent.
He's messing up his hair, y'all.
It's ridiculous. How can't they stop him and say, "Come on now"? You can't be. He's so retarded. He could be on Plevin's show. Him and Doink really could sit and make. Oh, did you hear?
What really bugs me is that Bev is just letting him ramble. Like, Bev hasn't interrupted. She hasn't wanted clarification in something. She's just, okay, yeah, this all checks out.
Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah, it's fine.
The entire taillight is not missing. There is a piece missing. That piece, where the fractions of it are found at 34 Fairview, right near Mr. O'Keefe's body. The same parts of the taillight fragments that are found in the sleeve of his shirt. And so it's not simply cracked. Even the witness they tried to lean on, Mr. Barrows, says more. And so if that taillight is not just cracked, if that taillight is missing, then there is nothing exculpatory whatsoever about the Canton video. It's a red herring. Because there can be no plant of fractured taillight if it's already gone before it gets to Canton. There can't be. And so when looking at the evidence, it is unequivocally clear that piece of the taillight is missing well before that car ever gets to Canton. And so we can quibble and we can dispute and we can go back and forth all day, but the best way is to just show you the evidence. And so when we look at the evidence, let's start first with the claim that the Sallyport videos were tampered with. Canton went back before January 29, 2022, and they took samples of the video to see if it was in the same condition, inverted for the back wall and fuzzy for the front wall. And we have those, and we've turned those over to the defense, and I just want Your Honor to see a small clip of that to show this condition, these conditions existed before this case was even a moment. So with the court's permission, I'm going to ask to put up exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 2 shows the inverted camera from January 1st, 2022. Now this is 28 days before Ms. Reed's Lexus hits the Sallyport area. Now you can see, if you stop that please, thank you very much. On that wall, on that garage wall, there's a 4. It is backwards. This Sallyport video was not doctored by Trooper Proctor.
Hang on. The date
How
on
is
that
it this
video
clear?
is 1/1. The date on that video is 1/1/2022, as if they reset the calendar on it just to get this video.
It's and how is it this clear?
It's a lot clearer than any of the footage we've seen so far.
A month later, this camera has magically turned into the Twilight Zone. It ghost images. It
black and
you can't
white?
read anything, but they have this.
Wasn't this black and white video from this camera?
No, it was just really bad. And again, how do you have this? This should have been overwritten at 2 days after Karen Reed's car arrived. But you were smart enough to go back and get a copy of a video that's overwritten. You have testimony saying every piece of video is overwritten every 30 days. That's in your evidence to the court. And now you have something magically 29 days before. Isn't it wonderful?
Canton, the land where nothing makes sense.
If you don't think about it, it makes perfect sense.
Why would they have this video at all? Like,
well, you know how it is. It's New Year's Eve, and you're sitting there at 2:53 in the morning, 7:53 in the morning, and thinking, "Hey, shouldn't we just make a screen grab of Josiah going through the Sallyport? Yeah, let's download that because there's clear evidence everywhere. Oh no, there's nothing here that gives you any reason to have this video.
Nothing.
I need
they want to preserve the videos of the car, but they have this random video of the Sallyport with nothing happening. No reason to save this ever. Like, what? Why is this video? Why does this video even exist? After 30 days, it should have deleted itself, and there should be no record of this empty space in the garage. This is weird.
This isn't with a murder weapon in it, but they chose, hey, maybe at some point we're gonna need a piece of video so we can just show that everything works perfect this day. I don't know Video Jesus, but I want Video Jesus to take this and put next to the other one and run them and say, isn't it magical how this camera just turned to shit?
It wasn't altered by Trooper Buchanan. It was in existence well before Miss Reed's car showed up to that Sallyport. Similarly, front wall camera, could you please put on Exhibit 3? Exhibit 3 is from January 28, 2022, a day before Miss Reed's vehicle makes it to the Sallyport, and you can see the quality. It wasn't distorted on purpose. It wasn't manipulation by the state police. This is the way the camera worked in Canton. Thank you very much. So the idea of tampering, we can claim it, we can assert it without fact, but we can prove it did not happen.
The date on that one was 128.
Now, what we know is that missing taillight was not tampered with because it was gone hours before police even touched Ms. Reed's vehicle. At 5:08 a.m., she left Meadows Road. That's John O'Keefe's home. And when she left at 5:08 a.m., that taillight part was already missing. If we look at Exhibit 6, please. And this is from the Ring video of John O'Keefe's home. This evidence directly contradicts the idea that the Sallyport video is relevant to showing break or planting of evidence.
Oh, the video you claim
Miss
you
Reed
can't see
touches
anything.
into Mr. O'Keefe's car, she will pull forward and we'll stop the video in 2 spots so you can get a clear look of that rear tail light missing. Forward, please. Thank you. And then ahead one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it shines white. The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If we look at Dr. Wolf's testimony, day 31 of trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package, page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th? He says, I'm not aware of that. And then if we move to page 124, line 1. Now, line 2. Now, as far as you're aware from the review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case? And Dr. Wolf says, at that speed, no. We provided notice of our own expert. And there's one thing, many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that taillight. The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage. Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home to check on his niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam video further reinforcing that that taillight is missing well before that vehicle makes it to the Sallyport area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is the dash cam footage showing Mr. O'Keefe's car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up from the court, please. If you compare the right side to the left side, although covered and impacted by snow, if you could more close up, please, you can see that taillight, just like the detective indictment said, just like the 508 ring video shows, is missing. Is missing. There's no plant. The defense's position.
I can't see it on my screen. I hope it's the one with a bird on it. So it's not the bird, but a bird.
He's terrible. He's absolutely terrible.
Yeah. I really hope they are ready to just hammer him metaphorically in the face with words when he's done with this, because this is crazy.
Also contradicted by the alarm.com video that we received pursuant to Rule 17. There are two videos, 8 and 9. If we could play Exhibit 8, please. This is the defendant's car arriving in Dighton in the driveway. The defendant on the passenger side, and you can see them walk to the back of the car near the right taillight and stop. What are they stopping for? We can play video 9. And this is when the car is being put on the tow truck before it makes it to Canton. And just like 508 in the driveway of Meadows, John O'Keefe's home, you will see that right taillight, 9 white, showing the missing taillight cover on 2 occasions. If you have an opportunity to stop the video at the important points, please do so.
Can you lower it?
We cannot.
Yeah, you can clearly see the taillight covering.
Can you zoom in on it?
You can't.
How obvious this is.
I would encourage the parties to look at it on the computer.
Bev, you saw this during the trial. Why didn't you ask to clarify it back then?
The clarity is much better, and it's very clear, the white light missing video. I cannot see it clearly on the screen.
So will you give me a flash drive of all of these exhibits?
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
If you look at it on a small screen, see right there?
I do see it.
Yeah, and then you'll see it again. So the alarm.com video contradicts the defendant anything exculpatory about these Sallyport videos. In fact, this whole idea of third party or plan doesn't come to town until 9 months after Ms. Reed is indicted. Perhaps the best evidence that contradicts the defense's position that there's any relevance to the Sallyport video, that there's any type of is from herself. Ms. Reed spoke to the boss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, I was seized, there was a pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Kerry, look what I just did to my light. And I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing. And some of the red missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway. And so I say to the court, the production should have been sooner, it should have been cleaner, there should have been a log or an entry. The failure to provide was inadvertent, it was unfortunate, it shouldn't happen, but it's not Brady. It's not exculpatory, it's not intentional, it's not tampered with. It was inadvertent and inconsequential because the evidence is overwhelming that that light is missing before the car makes it to the foot of the Sallyport, so there can be no claim. That is my argument regarding the Rule 14 issue. I would like to have time to speak about the claim of jury tampering. I understand the temperament of the court. I'm not tone deaf, but it is a claim that was lodged that has collateral consequence. And I think it's important for me to be able to address it. May I?
Yes.
The claim of jury tampering is probably one of the most serious claims that one can make because it's not simply an attack on a case. It questions the fabric of our entire judicial system. If a good juror comes to court and believes there is no integrity in the court or in the judicial system, it is impossible for a fair-minded juror to even consider evidence because they do not trust the system to begin with. And if a government actor or a trooper or a police officer tampered with a jury, that would be one of the biggest, most abhorrent transgressions that could happen because of the collateral consequence of tampering with the jury. It would take away the community's belief in our system. On the other hand, if there is a claim of jury tampering and it's baseless and there is no evidence, it is not only a direct attack on the judicial system, it would seem to be an effort to try to undermine the authority of the system in court before a trial to impede the ability to have a fair trial. It is an extraordinary claim. And it's notable, the defense motion to dismiss is not just a motion to dismiss, it's a motion to dismiss for extraordinary government misconduct. So when you make an extraordinary claim about jury tampering, there should be extraordinary evidence. There isn't even ordinary evidence. There is no evidence of jury tampering in this case. Now, I don't want to belabor this, but it's important because of the consequence of what happens when a claim like this is lodged. There is damage. And while I'd rather sit down, as I said before, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And so, how does one propagate a claim of jury tampering when there's no evidence? Well, first you need to plant the seed of corruption. And all you have to do is whisper it. And hope the poison goes out there and is resonating in the potential community. And so what happens in this case? The defense finds a willing partner who covets an opportunity to meet with the defendant. They find a time, like after the Super Bowl, so there's this national exposure, and they just seep the information. They just seep it into the public and let it resonate. There can be no retort. The government can't respond. No facts, no evidence. Just saturate the public. Now it's important to see or hear or read what is said. Because this really is the acorn that is being planted that cannot be rebutted. And it's not insignificant that this same information before this interview is being disseminated by Mr. Kearney. This idea that there was tampering by Lieutenant Fannin. Not a coincidence.
They really hate her.
And so during this interview that the defendant and the attorney have,
really hate her.
the question's asked, I don't know why it's asked, but it's asked. There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed. Really? And Mr. Jackson says, right. The question, is this a real concern?
Brennan is turning into one of those aimless temper tantrums where you laugh at your 5-year-olds for having because they look ridiculous. Yes, I just took a bio break and then I turned on Brandy's just sitting there. Wow.
Just
wow.
That's outstanding.
This must be a joke, right? That what we're seeing. It must be a joke. I really hope that one of them will stand up and then just flip the podium over and say, "Can we just fight him?"
that you have? Is this something that you were looking at, or have you just dismissed it as a rumor? Answer: I never just dismissed that as rumor. Something like that, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence that there was jury tampering? I don't have any specific evidence of it. And yet we have a motion filed 2 weeks later. Do I think there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed and who was dismissed very specifically? And then it continues on page 13 of the transcript. Question: one of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury? Not sure where these questions come from. Answer: right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and over and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination in the presentation of our case. That person, that supervisor, we found out well into trial, as a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised. That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest. Question: is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to be sort of, supervisor of the jury? Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not. Never seen that in my life. But if I had a nickel for every time I said I've never seen this type in my life as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system, I'd have a lot of nickels.
So I didn't see that interview. I don't have the transcript. I'd like a copy of that transcript.
I understand. I made a mistake and we produced all of the exhibits to the court and you should have a transcript. If not, I will get it to you immediately.
Okay.
Why didn't you do it already?
Okay. So after step one, finding a vehicle to plant the seed, and they did that very effectively, the next step is they have to identify a target. Who are they going to blame? Who's going to be the villain? In this case, a villain goes from anybody that gets in the way. It could be a soccer mom, it could be a police officer, it could be a good Samaritan. Anybody that crosses the path is a target. And now they decided they were going to identify Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning is one of the most conscientious, dedicated, admired state police officers in Massachusetts.
Do you want to ask Sandra Birchmore about that? Are you sure that he's one of the most highly respected officers in Massachusetts? I know it's a very low bar to be a respected officer in Massachusetts. Maybe you should keep the praise down for this guy and then go watch the Sandra Birchmore case. Just a little tiddly-tat.
This dude's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I don't drink on stream, but I should.
After having his name attempted to be sullied all over social media, attacking his integrity and his name, I can dare say that Lieutenant Fanning is in a different position than many. His integrity is so reputable, none of that will break him or his reputation. But it happened. When you look at the motion filed by the defense in this case, and they found their target in Lieutenant Fanning, you look at this motion, page 15. It's important when they made this public pleading, getting back to my request for your honor the other day. You look at the bottom of page 15. It talks about Lieutenant Fanning and tries to align him or associate him with Trooper Proctor because Trooper Proctor's text message was on a chain that included Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning did not reprimand or otherwise correct his subordinate's disgusting and inappropriate behavior. As a result, he was investigated by the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability for allegations of inappropriate correspondence between department members. True. But then they leave off the punchline. They put this in a public document. They tried to smear him, degrade, demean, dehumanize. But what they leave out is that after this thorough investigation by the Office of Professional Accountability, where they took strong measures, very strong measures when they found something that they were not agreeing with, they concluded that these complaints were not sustained.
So we were all aware of that. I received verification of that through the pleadings. Counsel was all aware of that. I just need the date. When was he clear?
No, I am I'm happily single, but just call 112. That's our hotline. If I fall down, it's just 112 and say, "Chops down, chops down."
When was that made public?
We'll have to provide that to you.
Yeah,
Was
you
it
better.
prior to this? Was it prior to the motion being filed?
Yes.
Yes, it was last year, last fall. I can provide the date right now.
Okay.
Trooper Lieutenant Fanning is not in a unique position.
If I may, Your Honor, sorry. It was July 17th, 2024.
He is similarly situated to the many first responders and witnesses in this case. And then, without any basis, the defense then distorts that Lieutenant Fanning was in charge of juror security. He had control of the jury, and he had access to the jury. Think about what those statements say to our community. We're going to pile in here in less than a month to try to give a fair trial to both sides. Think about what those words mean. After selecting their target and trying to dehumanize him and degrade him, they then try to create an illusion of this grandiose havoc that is running amok. Trying to get the community to think Trooper Fanning controlled, had access, and tampered with the jury.
Can you join
Think about
community theater
that
if you want
concept.
to be this?
Not only is it an
enraged?
attack on Lieutenant Fanning, it is an attack on the integrity of the trial court. I've walked a lot of hallways in the trial courts over the past 30 years. And the heartbeat of trial courts is the court officers who take their duty so seriously. They help, they assist, they guide, and they have solemn pledges. They are charged with the responsibility of the jury. To suggest this is to suggest that the hardworking men and women in our trial court system who come here every day for everybody else's benefit, it is to suggest that they would cede their authority to the state police and abscond from their duty and responsibility to protect that jury with no basis whatsoever. That is the concept that they are promoting in this motion. The trial court personnel throughout the state are steadfast and dedicated. I've tried a lot of cases, and I think most of the lawyers in here have. It is without a doubt in Massachusetts that these beautiful men and women of the trial court protect and are sworn at the end of every case in jury instructions to protect the jury. And these trial court employees, especially here in Dedham, some of the finest, would never abscond that duty. And yet it is now in the public domain, this suggestion. The only way that you dispel innuendo, suggestiveness, unsupported claims, and the poison that can seep into the community, the only way you can stop that is with fact. So I'm going to list a few facts for the record. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was not in charge of juror security. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not have control of the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not access the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was part of a multi-agency cooperative effort to ensure the safety of the public and court participants, which required numerous local police officers and state police because of the bedlam that was created outside. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever met with or interacted with any juror. Fact: at all times, Lieutenant Fanning worked from a remote location, jointly managing operations for the safety of the public. Never setting foot on this property when the jury was here. Never meeting a juror, never looking at a juror, never being seen by a juror.
That's a lie, because he was in the courtroom saying that he had heard. Wasn't he the one who made Bev aware that a juror might have a conflict? So he must have been in the courtroom while the jury was there. Another lie. When did Dwight get here? Who's Dwight?
Dwight Schrute from The Office.
Yeah, but I can't see who looks like him.
Brennan.
He doesn't look like Dwight.
Kinda.
Fact: no evidence any trial court personnel ever ceded their obligations and duty and handed them off to Lieutenant Fanning. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning heard numerous rumors from various sources about a juror who expressed potential bias. Fact: Trooper Fanning never investigated, approached, or inquired. He heard the information and provided it to the trial court, and it is responsible, dutiful, and proper. And I'll repeat one more time: Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever interacted, controlled, or met with any juror.
But he was in the courtroom then. You just said he never stepped foot in the court when the jury was there. So he must have done that. Because...
Sure. Your Honor, these claims in the motion to dismiss have a theme. Different issues, same thing, same pattern, same effort. Your Honor should dismiss it outright. Then we should move to trial. Thank you.
If I may,
Yes.
thank you.
AJ's ready to go. He's still up so fast.
We're going to address in reverse order some of the statements made by Mr. Brennan. And I want to talk first about this issue of juror interference, which is what we called it. These words matter. We've claimed that there's interference. He indicates that that would be an abhorrent transgression if there were interference with a juror or a jury. We agree. It would be an abhorrent transgression. The information that we have in front of us is not the information that Mr. Brennan just recited, which is interesting. I'll get to the facts that he very dramatically stated in just a second. Because this is a fact-based inquiry, one that we asked for standing right over there at sidebar and didn't get. But Mr. Brennan, with no support to back it up, and I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions about that, recites these facts after facts after facts that he claimed absolve the Commonwealth of any transgression as it pertains to the jurors. And when I say Commonwealth, I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Very clearly, in a clever, almost too cute by half argument, Mr. Brennan talks about the good court officers, the populating this courtroom and this courthouse, about whom we have made no allegation, no claim, nothing. We have nothing but the highest respect and regard for the men and women who wear that uniform and perform these duties. None, zero. And he knows that. But in an effort to create an enemy where there isn't one, he acts like we've insulted the court officers, which we haven't. He also said that Lieutenant Fanning stood up here and gave basically a CD, a resume for him, and said, "He's the greatest guy on the face of the earth." I don't know Lieutenant Fanning. I don't know if he knows Lieutenant Fanning. Not really the point. It's in the personality contest. He said that we identified somebody with an unassailable reputation. We identified him? We didn't identify anybody. We were standing up at sidebar, fat, dumb, and happy, not knowing what was going to happen, when somebody else identified him. It wasn't us. And by the way, everything that we filed concerning this was under seal. We didn't disclose anything in any court document. It wasn't a public document, it was under seal. Mr. Brennan then states that he was also a subject, this person with his unassailed career, was the subject of an IA investigation for his conduct on this case. It's not even about something tangential. It's about his conduct on this case, his supervisory role as it pertains to Michael Proctor and his, and I'll repeat it, disgusting conduct as it relates to my client and his text messages, etc. When he was asked about those text messages, his claim was, I was on vacation and I didn't read them. And ultimately, the Massachusetts State Police investigation cleared the Massachusetts State Police officer. We've seen that happen before. The question, or questions, if I could, that surround this inquiry, and the reason that we included it in our motion to dismiss, is because it appears that Ms. Reed did not get a fair trial because of this juror's dismissal. How would the person who's unidentified, to this day, unidentified, how would this person know who the juror sitting in one of these seats was if she was at a private location? I won't mention the location. How would they know? How would they know to identify her? How would they know what she said? How would they know to record her illegally, potentially, if that happened? How would they know these things? How would they know that if she was a juror, that she was a juror on the Commonwealth versus Reed matter specifically? And how would this unidentified person know of all of the authority figures to go to Lieutenant Fanning, of all people? Who was then described to us after the fact as the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. And I went through that with the court this morning, but I just want to reiterate it one more time. Of course it makes perfect sense that we would presume that if he's the commander, I don't think it gets much bigger than commander. If he's the commander of all security operations, he's the commander over operations that are attendant to the courts, the actual court's security, the personnel security, the party's security, to whatever degree that is necessitated, but maybe most importantly, the jurors' security. That is a reasonable next step to conclude, a reasonable inference from the facts that we were given. But we do know this. He was this same Fanning that was just randomly picked to go report this to was also the person that was in Ms. Reed's house seizing her phone just months before the trial. He's also the person that was interviewing witnesses or supervising the interviews of witnesses in this trial. He was also the person that was on the text messages between Proctor and his buddies at MSP talking about her and trying to find nudes. We know all of that existed. And yet, we were denied an opportunity, Your Honor, an important opportunity, to simply inquire before this before this juror was dismissed. That's all we asked. Let's get Lieutenant Fanning in here, let's find out what the source of this is, and let's figure out, is it even remotely true? Remember, the juror never said it was true. But lo and behold, minutes before I stood up to give my summation, that juror's removed. That's the problem. This isn't about court officers and besmirching court officers' reputations. That's not what this is about. This is about what happened at sidebar in the matter of minutes that denied Ms. Reed her constitutional right. There's a couple of other points that I just want to make. Mr. Brennan started his comments by talking about the Sallyport video and how unimportant it is. How unimportant that video is. And I'm not going to go through all my points again. The court doesn't need to do that. But I do want to make this point. He says it's not important. There was nothing to see here. We don't pull videos normally. Yeah, of course you don't pull Sallyport videos if you're investigating a bar fight. This was the purported murder weapon. This truck is the thing that the Commonwealth suggests was used to kill a cop. You think the video of it being pulled into the Sallyport might be of some evidentiary value? I don't know. Can't imagine why that would be important. Can't imagine why that might have some evidentiary materiality. Oh, but I do know this. I do know this much. There's one guy who thought it was important. The lead investigator. He pulled it all. All of it. He was super, super convinced it was important. And he's the guy that once pulled it, hid it from us for nearly 3 years. Mr. Brennan spent some time talking about the difference between cracked and missing. Interesting point. And I'm not going to go through a bunch of videos and audios. The court has seen all the pictures and photographs that it needs to see, and the court has a very, very good memory. We've never, ever disputed that the light was cracked at 5:07 or so a.m. That's how it got cracked, is the point. It got cracked on its reverse. And a piece was missing. A piece was missing. Not according to me, according to another agency's sergeant, Barros, who said a piece was missing, but it wasn't completely damaged. Recall that when that light was completely reconstructed with the 46, 47 pieces that were purportedly found, well, they were found at or near 34 Fairview, and then they were reconstructed. Does the court recall what that reconstruction looked like? That tail light was put together almost in its entirety. Almost. Except a piece was still missing. It was a piece unaccounted for. There's a big difference between a crack and the condition of that taillight, which we've now seen, where literally the entire lens material is basically gone. There's a few shards left on some edges, but the entire lens is basically gone. So yeah, it's relevant. And it's exculpatory. The condition of that light when it pulled into the Sallyport driveway. And with regard to the inverted video, again, Mr. Brennan says there's nothing to see here. We've got inverted videos dating back days earlier. Then why, if that's such common knowledge, then why did Mr. Lally and Sergeant Butnick in front of a jury, present that video as a true and correct presentation of what that car looked like and where that car was. Mr. Lally actually asked the question. I don't have a page of the site number, but I remember it because I was sitting there. He asked the question, did you see Mr. Proctor, something I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, did either you or Trooper Proctor approach that right passenger taillight? And the answer was no. Because on the video that was being played, it looked like the right passenger taillight was the one closest to the jury. And of course, Trooper Proctor walked right around that and went over to the other taillight. Except when you reverse it, you realize that's the right taillight.
Is there a copy of the reverse, the one that you played? Is that in the exhibits for today's motion?
No. The one that's been corrected?
Yes. I'd like a copy of
I
that.
don't think I have. Sure. We can get that for the court immediately. Also,
Interesting. She's asking for stuff like this. I think if we're going by how her tonal change have been since we started this morning till now, I know it's claw o'clock. She's about to lose her temper, but asking for this video seems like she want to go home and investigate something. To me, it just to me sounds like she's actually thinking about it. She's not just waiting to go back to a room and sign dismissed.
This does seem to be the most invested she's been in any of these hearings. She's not just letting them prattle on. She's asking questions. Who knows if that's a good sign or not?
Well, it's not the normal stupid questions.
Agreed.
so he played a video of the grainy video, showing, hey, look, some of these cameras are just grainy in other particulars as well, at other times and places. Maybe, or maybe not. What's interesting is the grainy video that we saw, if my memory serves me, and it's my memory, and it's being taxed at this point, but my memory is the chyron on that video, in other words, the running numbers, was at the bottom. That video he just played was at the top. That's the exact same video. If it's apples and apples, oranges and oranges. Why is that different? That's interesting.
That's true.
And with regard to Ms. Reed's actual statements in that
I don't know
interview
about the first one.
that was played, or I'm sorry, it wasn't played, it was recited. She said, some of the red plastic is missing. Some of the red plastic is missing. In other words, a piece is missing. It's completely consistent with the condition of that taillight before it was at the Sallyport.
Yes, I actually think that this
With regard to the facts that were recited by Mr. Brennan at the very end, every one of those is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to? And why don't we know about it? If in furtherance of this motion, there was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors and not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing, why's the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us? That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Why am I just now getting that? Why wasn't that appended to his motion? Was there a conversation Mr. Brennan had with Lieutenant Fanning that we need to know about? This is exactly why, Your Honor, exactly why. If this court is not inclined to dismiss this case, and it should, the maladies of the Brady concerning the Brady violations and the discovery violations are so manifold in this case. They cannot. It's
Why?
What the hell?
This is the absolute
Baker, what'd you
wrong
do?
I did nothing.
in court.
What the hell?
Is my courtroom.
So before we go further, I don't know if Mr. Brennan was going to give me a court TV site on that. Is there one, Mr. Brennan?
I'll provide a video. I think that Mr. Yannetti is referring to that comment that was a court comment. And so I intend on...
Oh, so they lost signal, and now we are back arguing his lie about Yannetti being on court TV. And that's going to be interesting, because he sounds kind of like he got slapped in the face and been told he was a naughty boy. Greg says, she was crappy this morning because she sees the jury stuff as an attack on her, but since then she seemed abnormally reasonable for her, that is. It's kind of like a cobra. If it's not biting you, it seems like it's a reasonable snake that day.
remedied that record. And so
Court TV.
Let's get it from the
It
beginning.
was in court advocating for my client. He then said Court TV is not a courtroom.
So before you go further,
Yes.
I don't know if Mr. Brennan was going to give me a Court TV site on that. Is
Right.
there one, Mr. Brennan?
I'll have to provide a video. I think that Mr. Yannetti is referring to that comment that was a court comment. And so I intend on remedying that record. There was also a conversation after with Court TV.
All right, so provide it to Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, I'll give you an opportunity to respond once you get that. But go ahead, you can tell me what you want to tell me now.
Right now, it's out in the court of public opinion that I made this extrajudicial statement. I said specifically I did not. He contradicted me, and that's where we left it. And he said that he would produce the receipts. Now he's admitting he does not have the receipts. There was no Court TV interview where I said anything of the sort. That was a Zoom hearing, where I was arguing before Your Honor. I would just note, Your Honor, I don't think it makes sense that Mr. Brennan would have done this on purpose because it was so easily disprovable. It's troubling that he would make this.
No, this is a response to his lie about him being on Court TV.
Damaging accusation without properly vetting it to see if it is true before he attacks opposing counsel. So that was disappointing to me. And I would just point out, and again, I only need 30 seconds. That,
You can take your time, Mr. Yannetti. You're not going to be
we're all
35 minutes.
Right. I certainly will not be. This new false allegation comes after my colleague, Mr. Alessi, co-counsel, Mr. Alessi, on February 25th, detailed 9 or 10 false statements that Mr. Brennan has made to this court. And I want to make it clear, I don't need an apology from Mr. Brennan. I don't expect one. But I think perhaps he should apologize to the court. He said today, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And I just would hope, Your Honor, that you hold Mr. Brennan to the same standard that you hold the defense team. And that's it.
I certainly do. So, Mr. Brennan, if you do not have a site, then I need you to let us all know that as well.
I will. It's convenient to retort that there were 10 lies by the court that Mr. Alessi lined up. In fact, I looked at the transcripts. Some of his suggestions that I didn't read the paperwork properly, which is wrong. I didn't try to shame him today. It was part of advocacy, and I accept that. There was a conversation, and if you remember, when I related Mr. Yannetti's remarks, it wasn't in relation to 3.6. It was in relation to the fact that they were using the federal investigation to create innuendo that could not be responded to. But I will provide...
Or your request for the gag order? In support of your argument for the gag order?
In response to how they had used federal materials that were under seal that couldn't be rebutted to make suggestions. It directly relates to that point, not 3.6. But I will provide the videos. Mr. Yannetti is right in the exact statement that I used was from a court hearing, but then there were subsequent statements made. And so my regrets to Attorney Yannetti, but it wasn't in the fashion of a 3.6 violation. That wasn't the intention. It was to show how they've used these federal materials before the case was closed to their advantage.
All right. So if you have the site, I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon to find the Court TV site.
Very well.
If you have it, supply it to all, Mr. Yannetti. So I'm ordering the Commonwealth, if they have that Court TV site, to provide it to all of us. And if you don't, provide that as well. Provide that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That's it for today.
All right, support, please.
So we're going again tomorrow?
You are muted.
What the heck? Oh, I sworn a lot today. I will flog myself after. Maybe we're back tomorrow.
I have no idea.
Maybe we're back Friday.
Friday.
He gets till tomorrow to provide evidence of his lies. She didn't say when we're back.
I think we're supposed to be back on Friday beforehand,
Yeah,
right?
but
And we're gonna
but
do
today
this
should be the last day
tomorrow if they had to.
because they said they could argue everything today, and they couldn't. So, well, it's Wednesday. I might need a little fun, so.
Dork, buddy, you can't post a link unless you're a mod, but I will gladly post whatever link you want me to. Here's what I'll do. I'll just
Don't say that.
Add as a moderator. There you go.
Well,
now you can post it.
If we are going Friday, then it'll be with the wonderful Marissa as co-chair, and I will try and keep.
Yeah, you got
Jamie.
things going on, don't you?
What?
You got things going on Friday.
I'm in Copenhagen at that time, but I will. I've been updating my laptop. I haven't used it in a month, so of course it's been updating since 11 a.m. and it's now 10 p.m. because Windows 11 takes forever to do an update. So I will bring my laptop to Copenhagen. I will try and jump in on and hang out with y'all. But it'll be Marissa and Valhalla that runs the show because I will be running around looking for Vikings with Iris and Jamie. We will get them that green card. But what a horrible, horrible show today. First of all, Bev constantly interrupting. And then we turned into the Brennan Hour. There was more fiction in the Brennan Hour than in Star Wars and Star Trek combined. I don't even know how I don't know what to say. Listening to all of the crap, he's constantly lying. He's constantly misstating what the defense says. He doesn't give 2 cents about what the rules are in Massachusetts. I, a stupid baker who went to school for 10 years, I can find Massachusetts A1A and read that it's everyone who has anything to do with the investigation. It doesn't save you that Proctor didn't turn it over to you. That's a you problem. It's not a defense problem. You stating if we didn't want to turn it over, the defense would never find it. That's kind of like talking about Jimmy Hoffa.
He 100% is just full of shit, like 90% of the time. He advocates so hard for his stance that he takes the extreme approach on everything he mentions, right? It's not that this didn't happen. It's that this never happened. It couldn't possibly happen. There's no way in the history of mankind that it could have ever happened, right? So he takes these polarizing positions, but then he gets called out on it and he looks like a dumbass. Happens every day so far. Every day.
Yeah, and he keeps attacking the defense and claiming they are lying, and then he is caught in a lie and a lie and a lie and a lie and a lie. And even when he says what they're lying about, it's a lie what they said. It's I just don't know how you can do this. How the DA's office can accept having an advocate doing this to the court. They are back on Monday having to try an OUI and then being tarnished by a guy. Other judges must be looking at this and thinking, what the hell is going on?
He's almost in a perfect position, because no matter how gnarly he gets, no matter how unethical he gets, he's not a real prosecutor, right? So like he has no professional harm that's going to come from him. He's not going to get disbarred from one bad special prosecutor case. You know what I mean? Like he's going to cash out. He's going to make his, so far, what is it, $225,000 in climbing, something like that.
It depends on how you stack the contracts. The first one was $75K. Then they signed a new one, but I don't know if that limit is on top or it's a limit. That's $225,000. That's a little bit more than I make on YouTube. I'll just say that. So, well, it's not enough that he could be disbarred. He could maybe get reprimanded, but it doesn't matter because he probably doesn't do many cases in Canton. So, well, doesn't matter that he made the DA office a laughingstock, that he misled the court multiple times. He did it again today, and then he stands up and say, "Well, I might have to correct." No, Bev should start if we're going Friday. Bev should start saying, "I watched that. You have clearly misstated, and you have tried to get sanctions put upon your opposition by misleading statements. That's why blah blah something must happen to you." I don't know. I'm just infuriated for what we're seeing today. Apparently, someone who Brennan looked up to taught him the old "being loud is convincing" concept. I think he might have talked to my mom when she was in the U.S. one or twice, because when the server didn't understand "en øl," she would just yell it louder. "En øl! En øl!" Until someone brought her a beer and she said, "Thanks you."
Thanks you.
So he went to Mama Baker's school of just yelling loud enough till you get your way. Same thing my kids did.
Rage Crochet asked if, think she'll rule on anything by Friday? Probably.
She'll probably rule on, what do we have out there? We have the hardness expert. She'll probably rule on that.
The meteorologist, the dog expert, Dr. Wolf.
Yeah, the brain guy, the hardness guy, and the woof guy. She'll probably rule on those.
She might rule on the mistrial too, the dismissal too.
It means one beer. Yeah. The first time they were over there, she was delighted because, first of all, you have senior citizen discounts at the restaurants.
Yeah.
And she got a pitcher of margarita for like $2 or something like that. And my mom was very, very, very anti-alcohol, unless it was her drinking it.
Unless it was cheap.
She always, "Oh, you drink too much." And then every time someone said, "Hey, we just opened a bottle of red wine." "Well, I don't drink, but okay."
She's one of those. This is clearly a special occasion drinkers. Yeah. Well, it is Tuesday after all.
My brother-in-law told me once they were in Switzerland visiting him, and he liked to go to vineyards and just buy. Let's say it wasn't the wine you and I would drink, and his wine cost more than my whiskey. So he was opening a bottle, and she was like, "Oh, I don't drink red wine. I get so flustered." And then, well, I'll take half a glass. And 3 bottles later, she went to bed.
Keep pouring. Keep pouring.
Oh, this isn't. Oh, it's because I don't tolerate Spanish red wine. Then okay.
That's awesome. This was a stressful day, man.
I got so mad that I was ready to punch a wall or kick a door or something.
I could see. You had the crazy man hair going for a little while.
Yeah. But have we ever? You don't cover trials as much as I do. Have we ever? And I mean all of us, all 129 still left here. Have we ever seen anything coming close to this, either in doing a trial or an argument? Even Sarah Boone didn't seem this far from the truth. She just had cracks.
Gravely was the closest I can remember, and it wasn't like this,
right? Like there was maybe 3 little flare-ups. This is getting to the point where every argument is just ridiculous.
I like how Mass is thinking.
Yeah, I like that, Mass.
I'm going to pour our Friday beer from last Friday.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, I'm so mad I might hug a sweet. It appears Hank and Adam Lally don't really get along. That's what I've been saying. All of these spelling mistakes, all of the clear mistakes he is doing when he talk about what has been shown in court before. Is it because this guy absolutely knows nothing about the case?
Well, his strategy kind of seems to be to throw Lally under the bus every chance he gets, right? So it's I could see why there'd be a little animosity there. Lally got replaced. He's the prosecutor, and they brought in this guy and paid him a buttload of money to do his job because Lally couldn't get it done the first time. And now this guy, every time something pops up, he just throws Lally under the bus. It's like, oh, well, it was that way when I got here. The prior prosecutor was a piece of garbage. So, this is what I got stuck dealing with. I could see why Lally'd be a little upset about it. I can't imagine he'd be super thrilled. There would be well over half the judges in this country dismissed. Yeah, Lynn Dalton, I agree 100%. I can't imagine most judges wouldn't dismiss this. And it seems crazy to me because, like, in an appellate setting, what's on the record so far is pretty staunchly, in my opinion, in support of a dismissal. So I guess I don't really know what happened in federal court this morning, but it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out, I think. There is a lot of blue in my chat over here. I'm okay with it, though. It's only like 3 of you. You guys just are talking. It was awesome.
I couldn't comment during Baker's rant, but it was almost manly. I'm willing to admit that perhaps maybe there's a slight chance he's not playing on Flux's team.
Playing on Flux's team.
Thank you, Zach. For always believing in my manhood. You always ask for pictures of it, so you should do it.
Oh, I don't have my horn mug in here. It's in the strainer, I think.
We're just going old school, straight out the can today. It's going to take forever. Hold on. Let me go get the press.
Thank you, Haley. But I would like them if they were running at the same time, because we can clearly see that camera turned really... It must have had a cold with all the ghosting. And I don't have the abilities. I don't do Photoshop. I can't figure out how to do OBS and stuff like that. I hope Video Jesus is on it and will break it down, because she found some signs the other day that could indicate that they weren't even playing the video files. They were playing video files within Photoshop, which would be highly irregular to do in court.
Sus. If what he said, what AJ said was true, that the time stamps on the video are in different locations, that's wild. There's not any that's clearly tampered with. Clearly tampered with. Yeah, Marissa, me and you'll be doing it.
You closed your home bar for Lent. What is federal case? The federal case is the habeas corpus. It will be denied.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, that's a technicality. I am playing on Flux's team.
That's true, actually.
But I also find that there's too much friction in scissoring.
I asked her if that was a thing once. She told me no. She said no, it's not a thing.
Just so Baker reads out your chat as well. I'll read out if there's anything good over there. But Zach has been there most of the day, so there's nothing good over there. See? Val is unquestionably on Flux's team. Only human More
Flux
flux than flux and Lauren combined.
I do like women.
No, you like one woman. She's got a knife. She's
got a knife for Christmas.
I'm never traveling again. We just need to bring a piece of Denmark to us. Well, I'll fill my pockets with dirt when I come over there. And Brandon, on the basis of this being an absolute crapfest, skål.
So cold. It's so cold.
Oh, Race Crochet coming in and saying flocks are wrong.
Ooh. Well, send me the video proof, if you will, Rage, and I'll look into the matter further.
10. Vi mødes inde på Hovedbanegården kl. 10 under uret, du ved, ved, er det 7-Eleven og, jeg ved ikke, hvad der ligger over på den anden side. Jeg har ikke været i København i lang tid. Så kl. 10 lørdag formiddag.
Yeah, what he said.
I just told him we are going to meet under the watch on the Grand Central Station at 10 Sunday.
Near the 7-Eleven?
Saturday, yeah, 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven is directly translatable.
I got that part.
I could say it in Danish. Så mødes vi ved 7-11, det er ved Titien, du ved. Så kan vi lige gå sådan live en lille tur rundt, og sådan lige sige hej til dem alle sammen, og så kigger vi på, at det store lange hus, de har derovre i København, det er kun for de rige, og de er fine, men altså, vi andre kan jo godt komme der.
I didn't hear 7-Eleven that time.
No, that's 7 og 11. That's 7 and 11.
What is it?
7. 11.
11.
Yeah.
11. Now all we need is 7-Eleven here, and I got it on lock.
You Baker, you ruined my own thoughts on what you said. I thought it was going to be I smell like onions. Jeg lugter som løg. Is I smell like onions.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, listen.
You want to guess what it is?
Mass du kommer at ora os. Mass something about I don't know.
You'll be able to hear where we are. It's going to be Iris, Jamie, and Penilla. They're going to be loud. Penilla is going to bring her dragon, and Jamie is going to scream and run around and say, I want hot dogs. I want hot dogs.
Zach.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, let's find somewhere to redirect people to, and then
Ooh, that's a good idea.
One last time for a plug well.
Actually, this Saturday I have something to plug. This Saturday, Recovery Addict is going to be joining us on a Lego stream, and I'm super excited about that.
You're gonna enjoy it. He is a wonderful guy to talk to.
Yeah, I've been hanging out in his chat a little bit here this week, and he's pretty stoked about it. So that's always making things more.
Did he find a set? Because he was
bought a
talking
set.
about maybe doing the off-brand.
Son of a gun. He bought a set, got it in yesterday, and then we were talking a little bit, and he realized it might be entirely too big. So he went last night, and I think he got a backup set. What am I looking for here? This thing. And he's still live, so I'm going to send you over to him, I think.
I'll thank you all for being here today. Go out there and yell at something in desperation over hanky panky, because today was ridiculous. We will try and figure out when the next time is there. Follow me and Val on the Twit, I'll write when I go live. Val will get to it.
I really should do that, huh?
Yeah, it's promotion. You should do that.
Yeah, I should start posting again.
Yeah, you should. Kind of like being a streamer. And you can follow me on the Discity deck called every Karen Breed stream will most likely be a dual stream. So if I go live, Val go live. And please, if you are in my chat, I know my mods are a bit lazy. They haven't shared a link today, or I didn't see it. Please go over and show Val some love, because even though he looks like he does, he's lovable. He's a teddy bear.
I'm a huggable fella.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.